Investments, commonly referred to as our annual two-day board offsite for the Board of Retirement. Before we get going, I will let JP lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right. Then as you are able, and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. This meeting is being held virtually and in person, so I will do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. From the Board of Retirement, Mr. Green will be joining us shortly. Mr. Raza will also be joining us via AB 2449. Mr. Harris.
Here.
Ms. Fessler. Here. Mr. Rue. Mr. Moore.
Here.
Ms. Ginsburg.
Here.
Ms. Proft.
Here.
Ms. Langton.
Here.
And Chair Robbins.
I'm present.
Mr. Oakham will not be joining us today, and Mr. Kehoe will be joining us this afternoon. For the Board of Investments, Ms. Nee is joining us as well. Staff participating in the meeting include Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Assistant Executive Officers JJ Popowich and Laura Guglielmo, CIO John Grable and Deputy CIO Jude Perez, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, Senior Staff Counsels Allison Barrett, Jason Waller, and Frank Boyd. Staff and managers presenting today include Dr. Carly Natoya, Annette Cleary, Roberta Van Nortrick, Cynthia Martinez, Erica Hiru, Tatiana Bayer, David Beha, Angel Calvo, Sylvia Botros, Kathy Delino, Chat Arande, Ganesh Gopanapalli, Sami Vuong, Tamara Caldwell, Patty Silva, Hernan Barrientos, Carrie Wilson, and Maisha Coulter. Remote trustees, please use the raise your hand Zoom option to be placed in the queue. Trustees participating in person, please push the button on the bottom right of your mic to speak and push again to mute. For those staying at the hotel, parking and valet is included. If you came for the day, please see me for validation. And lastly, the Wi-Fi password for today is under the Westin Long Beach Conference, and the password is LACERA25, all lowercase. LACERA25, all lowercase. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mics until you are ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Thank you, Bonnie. Before I turn it over to Louis, just a quick comment on my part. These are always really valuable, our two-day offsites, especially with all the new faces we have on both boards. When I think of all of the new faces and the lack of institutional memory that we have on the board versus what we've had in the past, I think that a meeting like this is going to prove to be very valuable. So I think
Go ahead. AB 244. Nancy DeRosa.
and Nancy Durazo will be participating.
Yes, via AB 2449. We did receive one request for Just Cause B. Trustee DeRosa, can you publicly disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room with you?
No one else is present.
Thank you. And we don't have any public comment.
And no public comment. So with that, look forward to an interesting couple of days, and I'll turn it over to Louis.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Robbins. Good morning, trustees, both from the Board of Retirement, also from the Board of Investments. Just a quick sound check. Can everyone hear me in the back? Good, excellent, excellent. Well, again, it's truly a pleasure to welcome all of you to today's offsite, or today and tomorrow's offsite for the Board of Retirement. First and foremost, I want to extend a thanks to the board members and the LACERA team for their contributions in shaping today and tomorrow's agenda. The team you see gathered before you outside the dais is the driving force behind our continued progress. And just to show our hands as we briefly touch on our strategic planning efforts, if you're involved in any of LACERA's strategic planning efforts, whether it's objectives or initiatives, raise your hand. Thank you. Again, it highlights our collective effort in terms of it's been 2 years since we've launched our strategic planning efforts. And again, it highlights our commitment to collectively make sure that we stay focused. I want to just take a few seconds to briefly reflect on the last couple of years. If you see with these offsites, we try to have a theme every year. And the last 2 years into this year, that theme has kind of been kind of a phased approach as it relates to our strategic planning efforts. When we first started, 2 years ago, we talked about the theme of building a better tomorrow. And that was the start of our strategic plan and the approval of our strategic plan. And the theme laid the groundwork for our future rooted in our progress. Last year, we evolved to every step count towards a better tomorrow, highlighting the significance of consistent, incremental progress. This year, we embraced today's theme of empowering through shared action, a theme that underscores collaboration and collective effort, as was highlighted just a few seconds ago. Strategic planning is not just about goal setting, it's about execution, adaptation, and persistence. As studies show, 67% of well-informed strategies fail due to poor execution and focus. This underscores the importance of us staying focused and ensuring that we're aligned and we continue to look at our goals, our objectives, and making sure that they're rooted in terms of where we're looking at in terms of heading into the future. I want to touch on kind of where we are as it relates to our year and a half. So it's not mid-year, it's kind of we're about 30-40% in terms of our 5 strategic pillars and our focus and some of the things that we've learned. So the question you want to ask yourself and that we asked ourselves is, are we on track? And some of the things I will highlight and say yes. Organizational accountability. We have a structured approach in terms of being accountable to the objectives that the Board of Retirement approved. There's an Operations Oversight Committee report that we provide quarterly. We also share information in terms of our progress to all team members via our LACERA Connect intranet page, as well as talking about it within our brown bag, which is our all staff meetings. Again, transparency and communication. We make sure that we produce all of our information in a transparent manner, whether it's through our intranet site or via our quarterly reports. There's a collaboration and engagement. There's several individuals throughout the organization that actually are empowered to lead and take ownership of our strategic planning efforts and objectives. And then lastly, there's a commitment on behalf of leadership. And leadership is all of us, the folks you see in this room. It's not designated by job title. Again, it's designated by collective ownership. But there are challenges, and we've talked about this 2 years ago, that there are going to be distractions. So one of the things that we've highlighted over the course of the last year and a half in terms of our challenges is resource optimization, making sure that the right people are doing the right work at the right time. Data and analytics gaps. That's actually one of our strategic initiatives, but we have a data and an analytics gaps, and we have to make sure that we, again, focus in on key performance indicators within each objective to make sure that we're making progress and heading in the right direction. Project prioritization. I was just speaking on this to one of the trustees. While we have a focus around our strategic plan, there's always things that come into play in terms of projects. And we're eager as a collective organization to tackle those challenges, but we also have to be ready and truthful in terms of our capacity. And I think that's something that organizationally we have to be honest about in terms of what our capacity is and what we can actually accomplish that's outside of our strategic planning efforts. So that's something that we've identified and that we'll work on. And then lastly, articulating a clear aspirational state. And, this is a lot of times you hear this concept of a North Star, but for us, is not only providing those quarterly reports to our trustees, but also what that objective or what that goal intends to do over the next 3 to 5 years. So for instance, when we talk about investing in people, there's certain objectives that we have there, but we need to start articulating kind of that vision, that aspirational state, which is making sure that our team members feel valued, they have opportunities for growth, they feel empowered, they feel encouraged to do their best day in, day out. So it's making sure that we're constantly articulating those aspirational, that aspirational state as it relates to our strategic planning efforts. Throughout the agenda, day one is focused Operationally and administratively, you'll hear some of the topics are with HR, with communications. You'll get kind of a behind the scenes look and meet our teams and also see how their focus is aligned with some of our strategic planning efforts. And day 2 will be focused around our retiree healthcare program, both from an educational perspective, but also getting the landscape of some of the uncertainty that exists in healthcare today. So that's just a brief synopsis. Again, I just want to highlight the work that's been put into putting this together from our collective group here, the trustees giving agenda feedback in terms of some of the topics that they want to cover. And then lastly, Bonnie, our AV group, for putting this together and making sure that we have a smooth next couple of days together. So with that, I will pass it back to the chair to start our next session. And thank you all.
Thank you, Louis. Our next session, Empowering Success, Human Resources in Action. I'll introduce Carly and you can kick it off.
So as we start today, I'd like to ask a few questions. So I'd like to get your perspective and thoughts on how HR impacts organizational culture. So not aspirational, but like right here, right now, how does HR impact culture? It's a tricky question. Thank you.
Well, you play a very important role in bringing new people in. And so that's the first step into either changing, enhancing, modifying our organizational culture is the people that you bring in.
Thank you. All right, so we'll ask the second question. We'd like to know your thoughts on how can or could potentially, what could we do to impact organizational culture? Out of all the things in the world, what could we aspire to do? Okay, don't worry. The question's coming back at the end. So you have like 30 minutes to think about it. And then we'll see. Hopefully the things that we talk about in the middle can give you some ideas. All right. So LACERA's Human Resources administers organizational-wide programs and provides services to LACERA staff members, supervisors, managers, in alignment with LACERA's values. As such, we serve as cultural architects by paving the way for superior work experience through I Act. And this is not what I say we do or what I would like us to do. This is what the staff members in HR say they do daily at their work in LACERA. So thanks to Lucila Alvarez Nunez, one of our senior HR analysts, for crafting the words, getting everybody's thoughts together and putting them in a concrete sentence about what they do every day. And to Erica Alcazar, another senior HR analyst, for crafting the visual. So architects, real architects, actual architects, plan and design structures. Similarly, the HR function plans and designs initiatives, programs that build a strong foundation for culture. Okay, so today, this presentation will provide an overview of the HR's functional responsibilities, our strategic impact, and a comparison of our current and future states using this format: who we are, where we are, and where we are going. So a lot of changes have happened in HR to better support the organization in its growth. Changes have included adding staff members to existing teams, creating new teams, better using available technology, getting new technology, and moving towards industry standards. Next slide. So I am Dr. Carlene Toy. I'm the Director of Human Resources here at LACERA. Along with me today are Annette Cleary. She is the Assistant Director of Human Resources, and Roberta Van Nortrick, our Training Coordinator and Supervisor in the Employee and Organizational Development Unit. So let's talk a bit about them, who they are. Annette is a 30-plus year human resources professional with experience at LACERA, LA County, and the City of Downey. She holds various HR-related certifications, including the World at Work Certified Compensation Professional, IPMA's Senior Certified Professional, a Public Sector HR Association for Leaders Certificate, and the Association of Workplace Investigators Certification. She currently supervises the payroll function, operations, disability compliance management, and the talent acquisition and management units. She does a lot of work. We're very thankful for her. So Roberta has a combination of public and private experience. She's worked for 10 years in both small and large private sector organizations at the management and executive level. She has 16 years of public sector experience in leadership and development. And she also has various certifications, important for her work are Talent and the Association of Talent Development Certified Professional and the Society of Corporate Compliance and Ethics Professional Certification. That's a mouthful, but it was harder to get than it was to say. So LACERA is a full service human resources function. There are 21 budgeted positions, 18 of which are currently filled. And they're organized roughly into 3 units. You can see a copy of our org chart there. Let's see, a lot of resources have gone into growing the division so that it creates redundancy in our service that drastically reduces single points of failure. These resources have also been increased, and that increases our capacity to achieve the HR strategies and increases our capacity to serve and support everyone else in their achievement of their goals. Thank you. Okay. So HR is, in LACERA's strategic plan, strategic priority number 3 is investing in people. There are 3 objectives in this strategic priority, 2 of which HR staff are leading and actively engaged in executing daily. Okay, so first I'd like to tell you about the Disability Compliance Management Payroll and Personal Operations Unit. So in their words, they provide protective leaves to balance work-life responsibilities and promote economic security for families. This is what they think their contribution is to our work at LACERA. This unit does what is considered traditionally HR work, traditional HR work. So like payroll, leaves of absences, administering leaves that enable staff to work and enjoy time off. So again, this is our first unit. Can you go ahead? Okay, I'll tell you a little bit more about what they do. This keeps LACERA compliance with mandatory laws and regulations. And I want to talk about a little bit about disability compliance. So most people here are acquainted with the disability retirement services and disability litigation. When it comes to disability compliance management, we are focused on LACERA staff members. So those staff members who have been ill and are attempting to return to work, who may need a reasonable accommodation, we facilitate that process for our staff. It was previously called Return to Work, but they've modernized their name and expanded their concept to include more functions. So I would like to introduce to you the staff members who do this very, very important work. Amelia Lang is a senior human resources analyst who joined LACERA in 2022. She has just under 20 years of experience with an emphasis on workers' compensation and leaves of absence on both the side of the insurer and the side of the employer. So she holds a self-insured certificate from the state of California and a workers' comp claims certificate. Angelo Araneta joined LACERA in 2023. And he comes to us with 7 years of payroll, personal operations experience, and previously supervising those functions in different county departments. So he's also filling in a little bit for a vacant position that we have on this team. There is one vacancy at the level of senior HR assistant, which opened this morning. So if you happen to know anyone who would be a great senior HR assistant, please encourage them to apply. All right. And the second unit I'll talk about is the impact team. So this is a newly formed team at LACERA. And the words that I commonly use to describe this team include like impact, expedite, catalyst, research, foundation. So the first staff member was hired onto this team in 2024. So the team is only it's like a year old, going on a year and a half, and they've already had an impact on how we do our work in HR. So currently, they've been helped in the past year. They've really been helping us with the development of policies and procedures. They've done a lot of foundation work for strategic implementation. So for example, they did a lot of information collecting and entering for the use of NeoGov. And they've also revised and rolled out some of our programs. In the future, as Louis talked about aspirational goals, we want to move them towards expediting programs and projects and really evolving HR's ability to comply with policies and researching opportunities for innovation. So they'll also continue to work with IT on scaffolding HR organizational data so that it can be input correctly and then be able to be reported, gathered, and disseminated easily. So the big advantage of having this impact team is that it frees up other staff that you'll hear about soon from having to do a lot of the pre-work in order to do their work. Okay, so who works on the impact team? Oh, not quite. Strategic objectives and programs. So in the 1 year that we've had the impact team, they have already accomplished a few of the strategic milestones that we have in our strategic plan. So they have helped us create and get ready to roll out in July the transition from a 1-day orientation project to a 12-month onboarding for new hires. They've helped contribute to revising our employee handbook. They've helped the NeoGov implementation. And, you know, we must be a pretty lucky team because even though we're halfway through the strategic plan, we've added something new, right? We saw a gap and they were like, yeah, you should do this. So guess what? We have an impact team that it has the resources to do this. So we have added the workforce development plan, which is new starting next year. And they've already started to do some of the demographic research and some of the component research to create something that is based on attrition. So they are definitely helping us expedite our ability to accomplish our strategic plans. All right, that's who's on the team. Thank you, Roberta. So Armand Castillon joined LACERA in 2024. So you're hearing me say these dates because we've had a lot of new staff join. We've basically doubled the staff of the HR unit. So he joined in 2024 and has 19 years of experience, including experience in various HR functions. And he currently provides regularly the demographic information to our executive office. And one of the big things that he's doing, being forward-focused and helping with the innovation that this team is able to provide, is that he's pursuing a certification in human resources and AI, artificial intelligence. It's focused on ethics and professionalism within public sector HR. So we think that once he completes that, he'll be able to give us some information on how we can better innovate within our unit. Colita Caldwell joined LACERA after a full career already at Disney. She has 11 years of various experience in HR. She used to do payroll and operations. And right now she's really involved with the onboarding program revisions. Okay, and I've also included Jenny Cano. So Jenny Cano really isn't on the impact team, but she makes an impact to us. So I've included her here. So she joined LACERA in 2021 as an agency temp and worked for 3 years in a couple of different divisions and transitioned to being a permanent staff member in 2024. And so she holds the title of senior admin assistant, but having had 10 years of HR experience, she's able to provide us with very specific administrative support that we appreciate. And so everyone on the team is doing excellent work. So with that, I will pass it along to Annette Cleary, who will tell you some more about who we are, and where we are going.
Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Robbins, LACERA, staff members and trustees. As Carly indicated, I'm Annette Cleary. I'm the Assistant HR Director. I'll be providing information related to the strategic objective 3.3. Roberta's doing 3.2, so yes, we are going out of order. We know that. So basically, this objective is to improving and simplifying the hiring process aimed at building a solid foundation for succession planning. This includes the hiring, implementing and executing the hiring plan, decreasing the vacancy rate, increasing applicant diversity, technology expansions regarding NeoGov with the represented performance evaluations, and also the ServiceNow system using bonuses, so systems and approval. I'll also be discussing some of the information that's related to the talent acquisition to the whole team, excuse me. It's okay. This includes the talent acquisition and management action statement. Again, the staff members came up with this statement that they believe, as Carly mentioned earlier, encompasses everything that they're doing. So they're being a strategic partner in talent acquisition and management, aligning the efforts, LACERA's efforts, with LACERA's goal to attract, motivate, hire, and retain highly qualified, engaged, and a diverse workforce, and paving the way through superior workplace experience through IACT, so LACERA's values. Okay, next slide, please. That's okay. So in this, these are just strategic initiatives and programs that they've done. They're milestones and within the timeline. So currently, they're expanding the use of the NeoGov, Perform, and Attract. Attract is a candidate relationship model within the online recruiting system that LACERA has used since 2004. It's a branding land page and has been created for the retirement benefits specialist trainee, the investments fellowship, and the intern programs. The information on the pages provides an overview of LACERA and a particular program, and provides targeted recruitment for the team to reach out to potential candidates and those applicants that have already applied that may have some of the required experience. As far as the performance evaluation module that is currently being used for the non-represented staff members, HR is launching effective July 1 for the represented staff members. Increasing reporting capabilities, the staff members continue with the implementation and the use of additional features in the NeoGov system to provide the hiring managers with candidate information in a more timely manner, hiring metrics, and to provide an overview of all the hiring process. The research and implement of new job analysis tools. Staff members continue to incorporate different job analysis tools that are used to determine the qualifications needed to perform the job, provide accurate job descriptions, including revisions to job descriptions to determine the best method for assessing candidates in the recruitment process. And succession planning. And to decrease the vacancy rate, which these last two are ongoing in the efforts to move forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so the staff members in the human resource talent acquisition, they support the managers, supervisors, and staff members, deployed an HR liaison model to support and collaborate to divisions and create redundancy in the HR skill development. The staff members assigned to the talent acquisition serve as business partners to the divisions they are assigned. This includes assisting in all areas of human resources, not just the hiring process. They serve as a resource to their business partners and incorporate LACERA's values, some of which overlap. For example, accountability. This is assisting with the performance management improvement through guiding the supervisors and the managers through any information that they may need, any resources, and talking them through if they need any assistance, whether it's good or bad, but also in helping them to understand things better. The collaboration and inclusivity, working with the divisions on their hiring plans, reviewing and updating job descriptions, finding new places to advertise, and conducting classification studies that the positions are up to date and reflect the duties that accurately reflect the duties that the jobs are performing. Innovation in the development of the assessment as part of the exam process and performance management, and integrity and transparency, while working with the business partners to facilitate their needs by providing the necessary information related to the county code, applicable laws, and LACERA's policies and procedures when questions arise. The staff members attend their business partners' monthly divisional meetings to provide an update to the staff members, not only on their division, but on their other business partners' divisions, upcoming training, and field questions in all areas of human resources, and incorporating LACERA's values in the day-to-day operations for the divisions. Next slide. This slide is the status of exams that provides another example of transparency with what the duties human resources is performing. The status of the exams is updated monthly and posted on LACERA Connect with the assistance of the Communications Division. It provides an overview of the exams in process and those next in line and a brief summary. This is, as I said, on LACERA Connect, so the staff members at any time can view this information. It provides them as to where maybe their career aspirations are and information on where the exams are in process, so they have an understanding of this. Okay. There are 8 positions assigned to the unit, currently with 1 vacancy. The divisions were divided among the different divisions with the number of staff members. So I will be presenting to you each of the staff members and the divisions that they're assigned. So the first team is assist the executive office, member services, and retiree healthcare. So Julia Ray has 19 years with LACERA, 25 years of experience in both public and private sector in all aspects of human resources. Julia also serves as the backup to the disability compliance and the payroll and personnel operations. Erica Alcazar has just a year and a half with LACERA. As Carly mentioned, we have added a number of new staff within the last 2 years. She has 7 years of experience in public service and recruitment, performance management, operational and process improvement, personnel operations, and employee relations, and she has 6 years in the financial services industry. A team assigned to benefits, internal audit, and investments is Lucia Alvarez Nunez, who has 20 years of experience in both public and private sectors. She worked for a number of cities before coming to LACERA about a year and a half ago. Tila Long has 10 years of experience in public and private, nonprofit sectors in all aspects of areas of human resources, including global mobility and immigration. And she has she's our newest member with just over 6 months of experience. Next. The team assigned to communications, financial and accounting services, information security, quality assurance, and systems. Connie Chan has 18 years of experience in public sector and classification compensation, investigations, recruitment and selection, performance management, and operations. Connie started with LACERA in 2014. Previously, she was with the Department of Public Works. And Sandra Carbajal has 12 years in public sector and recruitment and selection, employee and labor relations, workers' compensation, leaves of absence, payroll, and personnel operations. And Sandra has been with LACERA approximately 6 months now also. Next slide. Currently, this is where the 1 vacancy exists in the unit. So it's administrative services, disability retirement, disability litigation, human resources, and the legal office. And this is Sharon Norton, has 28 years of experience in both public and private sector in all aspects and areas of human resources. And she's been with LACERA for 22 years. Now I'm going to turn it over to Roberta.
Thank you, Annette. Good morning, Chair Robbins and trustees and fellow staff members. Today, I'll present the Employee and Organizational Development, or EOD as we like to call it, staff development plans, both current and future, in accordance with a strategic plan. Excuse me. This presentation will focus on priority number 3, objective 3.2. Next slide. Oh, yeah, got it. The development of enterprise-wide training and development programs that support and promote employee growth and development. We'll review the EOD action statement, present our strategic initiatives, introduce the staff, and report on current efforts to advance our strategic priorities while following our action statement. Next slide. Thank you. Can you go back one? Thank you. What did you do? Sorry. By the end of the day, this will all be like magic, right? Everything will just flow smoothly. Apologize. The action statement for the Employee and Organizational Development Unit is to enable LACERA staff to reach their fullest potential through continuous education, innovative development initiatives, and a culture of inclusiveness while promoting organizational excellence. Next. We've designed several initiatives and programs to support staff development, and also a team of LACERA staff will help us with that, providing input on these initiatives related to Objective 3.2, focusing on training and professional growth. The first are the fellowship programs. These include the Retirement Benefits Specialist 1 training classes, as well as the Investments Fellowship for the Financial Analyst 1 positions. The ongoing RBS 1 fellowship starts with each new cohort of trainees every year. This fiscal year, we partnered with the investment staff to implement their new FA1 fellowship program. And next fiscal year, plans are to develop a legal fellowship for the associate staff counsel positions. We'll monitor these programs' success and consider future fellowships. The next initiative is to develop role-based learning paths. These paths will be created to target groups of staff, including the staff level, the supervisor level, and the manager level. And they'll include both technical and soft skills training relevant to the specific staff. LACERA has paused 3 career development programs: the Career Development Program, or CDP, the Temporary Opportunity Program, or TOP, and the Leadership Development Program. These programs need updates to meet current workforce needs and position requirements. In 2018, LACERA received 2 agency awards for excellence from the International Public Management Association for its outstanding human resources programs, specifically recognizing the CDP and TOP programs for staff development. So once this review is completed and the renovation is complete, we plan to relaunch these programs. For 19 years, LACERA's mentoring program has successfully supported staff. However, the workforce and workplace have evolved in those 19 years, necessitating updates to the program. We hired an external consultant to review the mentoring program and provide recommendations. The goal is to evaluate these suggestions, implement those that are most beneficial for LACERA, and modernize the program. This will ensure that the mentoring program remains a valuable development opportunity for staff. The next initiative involves enhancing the role-based learning paths. This is to develop training plans for specific job classifications and job families. So they'll be more defined and more detailed than the general role-specific plans. For example, a specific learning plan will be created for each level of the Retirement Benefit Specialist series. And so there will be distinct plans for each job level, starting with the RBS 2s, RBS 3, and the Senior Retirement Benefit Specialist positions. Ultimately, all these planned initiatives and programs will be integrated and rolled up into the implementation of the leadership pipeline. Next slide. So you might be curious about who's going to be doing all of this and running these initiatives and programs. So please allow me to introduce to you the EOD team. Let's begin with Anna Ronquillo, who has 27 years of experience in human resources with a specialization in training and staff development for the past 13 years. Among her responsibilities is to conduct trainee evaluations for each training module within the RBS training classes, and she provides instruction on delivering exceptional customer service. Rachel Figueroa and Adam Quinteros joined us last year in newly approved positions. Rachel joined us from the Department of Public and Social Services, where she supervised and trained call center staff and new eligibility workers. She has 2.5 years of experience in human resources and over 10 years in training and staff development. Adam joined us from the Auditor Controller and has over 20 years of experience in human resources within the private sector. This includes more than 10 years in training and development. Next slide. Our current initiatives and programs are offered for staff's professional development and ongoing education. These activities align with the strategic goal of investing in people and specifically aim to create enterprise-wide training and development programs to support employee growth. So the EOD is responsible for all aspects of staff training and development. This includes researching, recommending, and processing training requests and registrations for all staff and management. We also help supervisors and managers source training for their staff as requested, particularly during the annual budget process. In alignment with Objective 3.2 of providing development programs to promote employee growth, there's a proposed increase of nearly 9% in the fiscal year 25-26 budget for these educational initiatives. Accurate record keeping is crucial for EOD. We maintain the training records for staff and management to track past training, and at times, management will come with a request to us to want to get a copy of that record so that they can include it in the performance evaluations, and also to identify further training needs for professional development. Training evaluations are also a very important part of those training records. So we send out and collect training evaluations to assess training quality and to gather feedback from staff. So what they've learned is also what they will apply in their roles at LACERA. Sometimes staff contact EOD for coaching and guidance on achieving their development goals, and that might be to learn a new skill or actually completing a degree. During these sessions, we may direct them to our staff development initiatives, such as the mentoring program. We manage this program, including annual training topics developed with our mentoring facilitator, and always incorporate LACERA's values. We also oversee online training platforms available to staff, including Udemy for Business, Los Angeles County's TalentWorks platform, and our new learning management system, Learn. These resources provide staff with opportunities to participate in business training topics and enhance their skills and knowledge in specific areas. Next. There are several staff development programs available to support professional growth. EOD administers the tuition reimbursement program as one of these staff development initiatives. The objective of the program is to offer financial assistance for tuition and associated educational fees, also to support staff members in their pursuit of a further education to advance their professional growth. As I mentioned before, LACERA has offered a formal mentoring program that enables staff to gain valuable insights into each other's experiences and to develop a network of individuals committed to assisting them in achieving their personal objectives and career aspirations. This fiscal year, we collaborated with an external consultant to review our mentoring program and offer recommendations for enhancing the program and identifying potential improvements. As part of our supervisor development program, we've just launched the Supervisor Peer Mentoring Initiative. This 6-month program aims to promote collaboration and knowledge sharing among supervisors, as well as enhance leadership skills. The EOD department or unit gathers data from specialist basic trainees throughout the year of their training. We conduct surveys after each business process to assess the training duration and effectiveness. We also conduct 2 focus groups, which are led by an external consultant. We collect that feedback for the first quarter and at the year's end. This feedback informs continuous improvements and is shared with the Executive Office and Quality Assurance Manager for future training cohorts. The EOD staff also provide customer service excellence training to the trainees during their training period and before they begin working with LACERA's members. We also endorse the value of transparency and collaboration, and we've done that specifically In this instance, in working with our communications department. They've been very helpful for us to do that. We have a dedicated landing page on LACERA Connect that was created that includes a training calendar, information about EOD programs, and specifics regarding the Learning Management System platform. Additionally, training details are provided through the Pulse, our quarterly staff newsletter. And LACERA offers staff access to learning technology, such as the Udemy for Business portal, providing expert-led online courses to enhance their skills and knowledge. In March, we launched Learn, a new learning management system from NeoGov. This is LACERA's first such system. We look forward to improving our training with its features for staff and management. Next slide. This screenshot shows the dashboard where staff can access their training records and management can review team records. The system automates and simplifies the training request process. Staff simply input their training request into the Learn system, which tracks them through the approval process, through the supervisor and the manager approval, and then notifies staff directly. Learn maintains training records and monitors staff attendance at training sessions, including the legally required training. It also provides an on-demand library covering various topics for staff to develop their skills. NeoGov periodically adds new courses, and EOD staff propose additional topics at the Learn Content Advisory Board meetings. This screenshot also shows that LACERA-specific training can be added to Learn, including privacy training and training on specific policies. Learn is expected to improve efficiency and effectiveness. It will support initiatives and program development in alignment with Objective 3.2 of the strategic plan regarding training and development. As one executive was heard to say, "This is a game changer," and we agree. Thank you, and now back to Carly.
So, let's turn it on. Let's see. What is the connection between HR work and culture? So according to this Gallup poll, those who feel connected to their organization's culture are 4 times as likely to be engaged at work. So when you see this, you should think about things like performance, achievement of goals. They are 5 times more likely to recommend their organization as a place to work. So when you see this, you should think about recruiting, referrals, and being an employer of choice. They're 47% less likely to be looking for another job. So here, we want you to think about things like job satisfaction, retention, and turnover. So yes, there's definitely a connection between HR functions and workplace culture, and it's a strong connection. So thinking back to our first slide, where we asked 2 questions, we're going to ask the question again. So hopefully you've heard a little bit about what we do. I'm hoping that some of it is new and you thought, oh, they do that too. And you'll have some thoughts about how LACERA does currently impact culture and how we could impact culture in the future. Mr. Harris, you look like you were about to reach for the...
No, I just,
Oh, okay.
but I'll go ahead and say something. I got to get somebody off the dime here. So, I
Appreciate
mean,
it.
it's pretty clear that what you guys do is hugely important. I think all of us recognize that LACERA is nothing without its employees. And I know as a, former county employee, I know that most county employees in other departments kind of looked at job openings at LACERA as, wow, that'd be good to get a job there because it's a great place to work, and people that end up going to LACERA typically, I think, are really glad they were able to get the job there. And I hope you know how much we appreciate the effort you go through in bringing us really high quality candidates because, yeah, you're everything to LACERA. I mean, the employees at LACERA, you make LACERA, not us on the board. It's you guys that make it happen. And so I really appreciate all the detail you've going into explaining how you're trying to enhance the opportunities for people within our own organization to improve their skills and the fact that they'll stay with us once we make these huge investments, because I'm glad that we're not afraid to make investments in our employees, because we know it's good to know that by doing so, we will probably have a lot of longevity with our organization. So I thank you for everything you've said. This is really a good refresher. I think most of us realize how important you are, but sometimes we need to have it hit us right in the head to help us remember how important you are to the organization. Was that okay?
You did great.
Yeah. Just put the money in the box.
Checks in the mail
Okay, yeah.
already. Ms. Fessler.
Yes, thanks. This was very, very helpful. I appreciate it. And as Chair Robbins said, it's a good opportunity for people like me who are new to overseeing the operations to have this kind of background. And in that vein, I have a couple of questions based on things that were said. Is LACERA self-insured for workers' comp?
So we have our workers' comp program administered through the county
Okay.
benefits. We get our regular insurance benefits through the county, and we also participate in their workers' compensation program. And we have a third-party administrator, Sedgwick.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then can you tell me what NeoGov is? It was referenced 100 times, but I don't know what that term refers to.
Sure. You want to take that one? Fantastic.
It's the online applicant tracking system. LACERA implemented it in 2004. So initially what it is an online application system for potential candidates to apply online. It kind of streamlined everything. The county currently also has that too. They followed LACERA after doing it. So now we're actually implementing additional modules, which is the performance evaluations that covers the non-represented and will now cover the represented. Also the learn, which Roberta was talking about, it's another module of there to track the learning program. So basically it's our online applicant tracking, and it provides information that the staff are using to track like days of hire and the metrics and things like that, as like with everything throughout, which they're actually utilizing more and will be doing so in the next year to kind of give a better overview of the different metrics in the hiring system.
Okay, thank you. I think at the last board meeting, there was some presentation that related to how long positions were vacant, et cetera. So I presume that information was generated through the NeoGov system?
That's actually generated through the county's electronic system that we have that, but LACERA does track it through an in-house, it's called the Human Resources Data Manager. However, what we're going to then be doing is taking that information, and then once we open up an exam, indicate like how long it takes for us to actually fill that position from the time we open it to the time that it goes to the division, the hiring managers for review of the candidates, and then once they make the selection, and then once they're actually onboarded.
Okay, thank you. And just two more questions. Can you tell us a little bit more about the tuition reimbursement element of the program?
Roberta's going to handle that.
Thanks.
Yes, so if an employee chooses to attend a college to get their degree, they can participate in the tuition reimbursement program. There are specific guidelines that are posted on LACERA Connect. Part of those guidelines are they have to have a certain grade in the courses. They have to be taking those courses from an accredited college or institution. And they participate in that program. There's a budgeted amount every year that is divided first off with the first level of $5,250 per person. That's how much the IRS quotes that we can reimburse them without them being taxed on that reimbursement. And so we also we'll be planning this month a Q&A session, informed session for any staff who are interested in participating in the program so that we can explain to them, make sure that they have a good understanding of the program. And they're reimbursed once a year. So they have to, they put out the money, they pay for the courses and the books and et cetera. and then submit their receipts for reimbursement towards the end of every fiscal year for that particular fiscal year. And then obviously, of course, in July 1st, the budget will start again.
And are they required to commit to working for LACERA for a specific period of time afterwards, or obligated to reimburse a certain portion of what they've been paid if they don't stay?
That is not part of the program currently. But based on the history, in my many, many years of working with it, that's not a typical behavior. Usually staff who get the degrees stay at LACERA and use their degree, what they've learned at LACERA.
Okay, and then that's good to know. That leads to another question. I know that there's been an issue with vacancies, and you guys are working really hard to improve the vacancy rate. Can you explain or provide any information about how the various initiatives that you've described are helping with the retention rate that LACERA is experiencing? Is retention better? Do you see a trend where it's improving based on any of these programs, and what's the connection there?
Yeah, so our turnover rate is very low. So it's like 3 to 4%, 3.5, 3.25 year over year. In at least 5 years since I've been here, it's been about 3 to 4%. So we're retaining the vast majority of our staff members.
Good.
And that 3 to 4% includes retirement. So we do retain a lot of staff members, but also there's like another connection there. Last year we did 73 hires. This year we're going to exceed 60. Half of those hiring actions are promotions. So we feel that the money that we invest in $75,000 in tuition reimbursement, $100,000 a year in represented staff member training, that's in addition to organization-wide training, which is $250,000 a year, plus all of the money that is spent in the individual divisions for their own training, helps retain and upskill and then prepare our staff to be promoted, right? So I think it contributes to retention.
Well, that's good, really good to know. But then where does the vacancy rate, the high vacancy rate that I've heard about, how's that come about?
I think they're just legacy vacant positions. So in 2019, 2020, 2021, we did very little hiring because, I guess technically 2020. COVID wasn't here in 2019. But we did very, very little hiring in those 2 years, and it set us back quite a bit.
Okay.
So there are some vacancies that have persisted since then, and then others that have become new while others have been filled.
Okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Ms. Langdon.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Appreciate your positive energy. Great first presentation of 2025.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. Well, first, let me just say that I think JP nailed it on the head. LACERA is not a company. LACERA is its people, and the employees are LACERA. So in that regard, who you hire makes the biggest difference. Question on slide 17, the human resources transparent reporting. There's an item number 2. I'm just going to talk through it till you get there. There's an item number 2, disability retirement specialist. So it says budgeted position 0, vacant position 0, no current list, priority tier, blah, blah, blah. But then it says anticipated list date, May 30th. So what does that mean exactly?
Great. Excellent catch. So in the Disability Retirement Services division, they budget their positions at the Senior Disability Retirement Specialist level. So technically, all of the vacancies are at the senior level. They develop and promote their staff. So they hire at the lower level. They get them accustomed to the work. They have standards, measures, metrics. They produce cases that you see every month. And then after a while, people become well, really, they increase their knowledge and become eligible for promotion. And so then we would fill the senior position. So knowing that we fill it at a lower level position, we don't budget at the lower level position, we budget at the higher level position. We budget at senior, we're filling at disability retirement specialist. So we're underfilling. So technically, there's no budgeted positions.
So why do we have an anticipated list date? What is that anticipated list date for May 30th, 2025?
Yeah, excellent. So we've run an exam to fill at the lower level.
But it says we have no budgeted positions.
Right, we'll be underfilling the higher level positions with lower level classes. So it's a senior position and we're going to hire specialists. So
Okay,
we underfill the positions.
all right, we'll talk about that a little more offline. Don't want to
Sure,
waste everybody's time with
absolutely.
it, but okay, thank you.
And I think, I don't know, Tamara, you have 6? Sorry, Ms. Caldwell, 7 vacancies? 7 vacancies. So we're eagerly looking to fill those soon. Okay, so that's really a great point about transparency. Sometimes when you open your books completely, it gets confusing. And so I think staff also have the same questions. So one of the great things about the liaison model is that when they go to staff meetings, they're able to answer questions like that for staff.
Great. And also, thank you so much for giving us names and faces.
Oh, yeah.
That is very compelling and helps us feel like we are more connected because we don't see everybody on the day-to-day. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I'll say that we have people with 20 and 30 years of experience. We don't look a day over 25. So I'm telling you, if you want to stay good looking at work, come work in HR. All right. I think that might be it. So thank you so much for your time and your questions. We'll be here today. I'll be back tomorrow. And of course, we're always available for any suggestions, to answer any questions at your pleasure. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Break time. It's 10:30 and it's time to introduce, we're gonna have a presentation, member communications and enhancing the member communications and experience. And I'm gonna turn it over to Cynthia Martinez.
Hit your button. Hit your button. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, let's start again. Good morning, trustees and all LACERA members, staff members. My name is Cynthia Martinez and I'm Chief of Communications. I'm here with Erica Haru, one of the two creative coordinators or project managers / supervisors for communications. We're excited to be here today to introduce you to communications and share how we work behind the scenes to support our internal audience of 15 divisions and over 450 employees, as well as our external audience of more than 197,000 members. Our mission in communications is to effectively engage and inform our members through diverse and inclusive messaging. This aligns seamlessly with LACERA's vision of fostering a supportive and informed membership. Next slide. Our agenda for today will take you on a journey through the history of communications and showcase the remarkable transformation we have undergone. We will highlight the development and implementation of our omni-channel approach and explain how our focus on member communications has evolved from strategic planning to ongoing projects and campaigns that enhance the member engagement. We hope that by the end of our presentation, you'll have a clear understanding of our communication strategy, confidence in our ability to advance LACERA's strategic initiatives, and an appreciation for our commitment to the continuous improvement and member support. And then we're going to hand it over to Tatiana and David, and they're going to talk specifically about enhancing member experience. So I'd like to start with just a brief history. I began as a creative coordinator over 10 years ago. 3 years into the position, I was promoted to Chief of Communications after my predecessor retired. At that time, our team consisted of just 4 employees. We were managing a few annual projects because of the limited resources that we had. We lacked processes and procedures and a cohesive style guide. But today, the communications team has expanded to 10 employees, and we plan to fill 4 more positions. We have established processes and procedures and a branding guide, ensuring a unified look across LACERA's communications. I'm proud to share our progress and how it positions us to support LACERA's strategic priorities, particularly enhancing the member services experience. Now, I'd like to take you to the field, and I believe we have some snacks that we're handing out, some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, because again, we're going to be taking you to the field to introduce you to communications team, the LACERA Creatives. Before the first pitch is thrown, as I mentioned, we're handing out some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. And as an honorary team member, with your support in all that we do, your personal stat card is also included. So let me direct you to the screen for the lineup of our team, the LACERA Creatives.
At LACERA, the mission of the Communications Division is to provide accurate, timely, and essential information to support our members' retirement journeys. Like a well-coordinated baseball team, the creatives rely on strategy and precision to ensure every message connects. Through our full range of in-house professional communication services and a strategic omni-channel approach, we develop and deliver content that educates members and makes complex topics easier to understand. Time now for our starting lineup. Introducing your LACERA Creatives. Chief of Communications, Cynthia Martinez. Creative Coordinators, Erica Heru and Veronica E. Martinez. Media Artists, Courtney Cook, Steve Salinas, and Chris Ibarra. Senior Writer, Sarah Scott. Writer 2, Eric Hernandez. Web Support Technician, Ian Duggan. And Senior Administrative Assistant, Patricia Camargo. Now that you've met our All-Stars and we've given you an overview of how we connect with members across different channels, it's time to take a closer look at our playbook. Let's step into the dugout and explore the strategy behind our communications, including how we bring our omnichannel approach to life and are prepared to support our Member Experience Council.
Okay, let me try again. So one of the benefits of working in communications is that we do have the opportunity to produce these wonderful videos. So let's move on. Now that you've met the team, let's move on to look at what a typical year looks like for the LACERA Creatives. Here we present the Communications Annual Projects banner. It's divided into 2 slides to accommodate the numerous recurring and priority projects. This first half of the year, as you can see, there are quite a few projects that we manage. But like any successful team, we follow a long season schedule. Our work today includes these recurring projects, along with ad hoc projects, campaigns, and strategic initiatives that require us to pivot quickly and effectively. Next slide. This is the other half, and again, you can see it's jam-packed with projects for the balance of the year. We maintain a comprehensive production calendar, what we call our master playbook. Within it, we track our annual deliverables, company-wide campaigns, and evolving priorities. Each assignment is coordinated carefully, with the full team contributing their unique skills to ensure that our messaging lands on target and on time. Next slide. Next, I'm going to talk about our audience and the omni-channel strategy. A great team knows its audience. LACERA's membership spans a wide range of demographics, life stages, and preferences. Our communication must reflect that diversity, whether members are just beginning their county careers or rounding toward third for retirement. So now I have a fun fact for you. Question: what is the average entry age of a LACERA member? Anybody want to shout out an answer? It's actually 32 years. So 32 is the average entry age of a LACERA member. And the average age at retirement is 62 years. This stat is on the back of your little stat card that's in your packet there just for your reference. But at any age, we aim to meet our members where they are by providing them with information they need using the media that they prefer. In baseball, strategies, our best practices, secure victories. The communication team engages with associations like NCPERS, Capio, and AMA to stay informed on public pension and communication industry standards. A recent survey confirmed LACERA's digital transformation aligns with national and international standards, also recommending proactive outreach and member segmentation. These recommendations are now integrated in our campaigns, as we'll detail further in our presentation. We've broadened our communication strategy to include the omni-channel approach that focuses on delivering consistent customer experience across all channels. This allows us to cover all the bases and reinforce the key messages through multiple touch points. Thank you. Our first touch point is LACERA.com. It's our primary digital platform. This is the main hub for up-to-date retirement plan benefit information and news and announcements. We are consistently directing our members to this website via our mass email distributions, newsletters, videos, and member correspondence. And then we have print materials, such as the newsletters, Pathways, and Spotlight. These newsletters give us the opportunity to communicate to all active and retiree members on a quarterly basis. We understand that our members digest information in various ways. So LACERA.com and print may work for those that prefer reading the information in detail. But for those that prefer a visual aid, we are also producing videos. We produce videos for visual guidance and filling out forms and informational for various retirement plan topic information. We are also using these videos to segment or bookmark and extract clips to create information that is more digestible for our member. These clips can also be used in other touch points, such as our newsletters, with a QR code application. The next touch point you see here is email for timely delivery of important information and targeted updates that we send directly to our members' inbox. We'll discuss the benefit of using this touch point as a main channel further in our presentation. We also just recently added digital screens at the Member Service Center to inform those that visit LACERA in person. And then there's a social media for community engagement to reach the member demographic that uses social media to secure information. And again, we'll also be highlighting social media later in our presentations. But now I'm going to turn it over to Erica, and she's going to explain how our focus on member communications has evolved from strategic planning to ongoing projects and campaigns, and how that enhances member engagement. So Erica.
All right. Thank you, Cynthia. Good morning. My name is Erica Haru, one of Communications Creative Coordinators. It's a pleasure to be here. Now that you've learned about our omnichannel strategy, I would like to share a few member communication highlights that we've produced. And I'm going to break it down by channel. So starting with print. So both our active and retiree newsletters have been rebranded to align with our brand standards, and we've renamed postscripts to Pathways to Retirement to be more identifiable. We recently completed updating the retirement guide. It's been over 10 years since it's last been vetted. So needless to say, it was time to revisit. We worked with a handful of subject matter experts to vet the content and make updates. And it's also been redesigned to align with our brand standards. Get to Know LACERA is a new brochure that we are now including in our new hire packet. And our board elections postcard. This is a new print component that corresponds with our email campaign to get people, or to get our members to vote for upcoming trustees. Moving on to online, we've made a few updates to our homepage with the help from systems. First, starting with the carousel, we've enhanced the design and functionality. We can now use photos and graphics to align with our messaging. And we now have a yellow banner for urgent messages. The yellow banner is modular, so we can place it up when needed and remove it when there aren't any urgent messages to communicate. We've also updated our homepage tiles by adding the Resource Center, which contains essential information in one location. Within the Resource Center tile, we now have the forms and publications. We have our workshops, our webinars, and also our video library, which is a new landing page that we've added to the website. In addition, we've added a Ready to Retire tile for visibility. And lastly, we've created a Choosing a Retirement Date landing page within the Active Member section with the help of Member Service Center. Moving on to our videos. As Cynthia mentioned, we've expanded our video content to increase engagement and accommodate our visual learners. And we began creating shorter video segments for members to process the information more easily and to use these snippets within our omni-channel strategy. We've completed our options videos, which are featured on LACERA.com, and they've also been added to My LACERA, featured within the retirement options, featured within the online retirement application. The Intro to Retiree Healthcare Medicare Enrollment video is one of our largest videos that we just completed. It's a full-length 20-minute video. However, we have included snippets, so smaller segments broken down within 2 to 4 minutes in length. The How to Complete Retiree Healthcare Form Walkthrough videos is another video, or set of videos, I should say, that we just completed. There's 7 of them. These videos walk members through how to complete their enrollment, change, and cancellation forms. And all these videos live within our video library page. And then a list of our upcoming videos, as you can see, a My LACERA walkthrough video. We are in the process of completing that video to include the enhancements that have been made to the portal. And then the Retirement University videos, I will speak about that in more detail. We're currently wrapping up the script writing process and look forward to moving that into production. Moving on to email, just a few of our successful emails. To increase engagement for our Power of Attorney webinars, we sent emails a week in advance with a link to sign up. And these emails ensure that webinars reach the registration capacity of 500. So each time we sent an email to members to entice them to come to a Power of Attorney webinar, we reached the GoToWebinar platform's capacity of 500, which was a success. We're currently working on follow-up emails to members who attend new hire, mid-career, and pre-retirement webinars. So the follow-up email will include an infographic. So it will include a PDF, which will contain an infographic with information that was learned and taught through the webinar. This infographic will provide an easy visual for outlining the retirement process with hyperlinks to lead members online for more information. And then Steps to Prepare is an email campaign that we have completed and we look forward to rolling out. I will speak about this in more detail later in the presentation. And then our digital screens. I'm sure you've all seen them, can't miss them. Thanks to the Administrative Division and Systems, we now have 2 65-inch screens to promote a variety of messages to our members in the Member Service Center. These screens are another way to communicate information to our members, and they proved especially helpful when communicating office closures during the wildfires. Social media is also a new touch point that we've added. We use social media to post a variety of information and educational messages. We've received the strongest engagement from postings that are relevant, relatable, and visually appealing. And some of these postings have been our Member Spotlight campaign, where we feature a newly retired member with their photo and a congratulations message. We received 627 impressions for that posting. During Public Service Recognition Week, we posted a banner with photos of staff, and that garnered 572 impressions. And then more general information when we announced the COLA increase, we received 1,279 impressions for that posting. Now let's dive into the specifics of several campaigns related to the Superior Member Experience initiatives, starting with our Steps to Prepare email campaign. So Communications noticed that there was a need to speak to members on a more targeted basis. We do well with our newsletters, providing quarterly information, laying the benefits in healthcare foundation. But as you know, there's just so much more information that we can share with our members based on their journeys. And that's where we came up with the Steps to Prepare email campaign to fill this void. This campaign will allow us to deliver more focused messaging to our new hire, mid-career, and ready to retire members to support their retirement planning. And here is a screenshot of what the email templates will look like. From left to right, we have our new hire, mid-career, and ready to retire. As you can see, our content strategy will include no more than 3 topics with a brief description and a link that will lead online for more information. The goal is to provide basic benefit health care information, retiree healthcare information. And as our members advance in their journeys, we'll have the opportunity to explore more detailed topics, but always keeping in mind that members will be entering at different stages, so ensuring the content is relevant to all phases. And we do have a content calendar. Lastly, we will include a direct mail portion for members without emails on file that will feature a QR code to access their respective template. Although our objective is to gradually eliminate the direct mail component as we enhance our digital presence. And Cynthia will discuss this further in our Go Paperless campaign. But before doing that, let's talk about Retirement University. This is another Superior Member Experience initiative. So Retirement University will play a crucial role in conveying benefits and retiree healthcare information to members at various stages. We currently have a catalog of 12 Retirement University videos, mainly benefit-related content that are in need of a facelift. They were last published in 2018, and we're currently nearing the end of the scripting process, as I mentioned, and excited to get into the video process. We're excited to be able to reproduce these videos to provide up-to-date information and elevate the quality. We will incorporate the Retirement University theme throughout the videos and introduce the new RU logo, as you can see here, to brand this edition. We will continue to provide members with long and short form formats, viewing the video in its entirety or providing options to view shorter sections at a time. And these videos will be beneficial in our omni-channel strategy, sharing these videos through all channels as well as more focused channels such as our steps to prepare email campaigns. And lastly, we will keep expanding the RU video library to cover topics that will aid in our members' journeys. Cynthia will now discuss the Go Paperless campaign, which is our digital initiative.
Thank you, Erica. So why go paperless? Here are a few benefits regarding digital communication to members. As Erica mentioned, email messaging allows us to target members more precisely. When we need to get important information to members quickly, email is our fastball, delivering messages efficiently. It directs members to LACERA.com for detailed resources, ensuring they stay informed about retirement benefits. Direct mail, much like the bunt, can't provide the same depth of information. There's space limits and inconveniently long URLs. Email, on the other hand, acts like a home run, using links to drive members directly to relevant information. And lastly, using mass email distributions is like reviewing game footage. We can analyze reports to understand our member demographic, knowing how many we reach and whether they engage with the provided links. Other benefits include being eco-friendly, reducing our reliance on paper, and allowing us to create a more sustainable organization. Additionally, there's the flexibility of engagement. For example, members can submit their retirement election notice through LACERA. And we see that our members are open to conducting their transactions online through the portal or LACERA. And as of March 2025, we are averaging about 25% of our members filing their retirement election notice online. We will continue to further develop this area through the superior member experience. The last two benefits, cost savings and increased member engagement, I'd like to discuss through specific data. Next slide. The first topic is cost savings, and it's surrounded by postage. If we converted print to digital email communication, we could decrease our print costs overall. But for this discussion, I'm just going to focus on our newsletters, the Pathways and Spotlight, which are mailed quarterly. So for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, we spent a total of $252,000 just on the print and mailing services alone. And that's $252,000. My question here for you today is, what do you think we spent on postage for fiscal year 2023? And again, that's just for the newsletters. Do I have any takers that like to put a guess out there? I do have a hint for you. It is less than 500,000. Anybody want to? 100,000? Anybody? 400,000? 300? Getting closer. I'm gonna, 216,000 is what we spend on postage. So if we communicated to our members through mass email distributions, we could decrease the communication budget each fiscal year by a total of $468,000. This next benefit is related to mass email distribution. Next slide. And the effectiveness of reaching our members. Based on analytics that we reviewed from over 40 emails to members, we can see that there is an increase in member engagement. Analytics from the email distribution application confirm that our members are receiving and viewing the information we provide. Currently, we have email addresses for 78% of our members. And for retirees and survivors, we have 73% of email addresses on file. So my next question for you is, what do you think is our email open rate percentage between April 2024 to April 2025? And I do have another hint for you. The industry benchmark based on the survey of leading pension systems shows an open rate of about 30 to 40%. So again, what do you think LACERA's email open rate is percentage? 50? You're close. It's very close. We're 58%. So who knows the answer? You're right on the mark. It is 58%, so it is higher than the industry benchmark standard. This informs us that our members are interacting with the email distributions we are providing, as opposed to direct mail, where we're not able to know if they're even opening or reading the communication. Next slide.
So I have a question for you.
Yes.
Why do you think it's 58%?
Our marketing.
What are we doing? What are we doing to put us in a position to be so much above the industry benchmark? What do you think?
I'm thinking it's the amount of emails that we have on file is probably, because it's 78% for, like I said, the actives, and the survivors is and retirees is 73%. So I think the percentage of email addresses we have on file is pretty high. I don't know compared to other systems where they, as far as their email addresses. So I think that's part of it. We did also notice that when we changed our email distributions from just a LACERA banner to copy, that was initially how we were distributing our communication via email. But when we went to images, more vibrant colors, the formatting of our email distributions that we're sending out, we noticed that there was a higher percentage rate of people actually viewing our emails. So I think the combined of the two has something to do with that.
Yeah, and just to add, I think also too, the content plays a part. Sorry about that. I think the content plays a big part. I think members are seeking, yearning for benefit retiree healthcare information. We also don't inundate our members when we do send emails. It's probably twice a month. So I think the open rate has a lot to do with members just wanting to receive information and learn as much as they can regarding the retirement process, which is another reason as to why we're excited to roll out the Steps to Prepare email campaign, where we are able to speak directly to our members within specific journeys.
It's also in bite-sized chunks of information, so it's not a whole lot of information. We're giving pretty much a high-level overview of that information, and I think our members are more receptive to that type of communication as opposed to having to go to LACERA.com and read all this stuff. So we are seeing that bits and pieces are a good way to communicate to our members.
Is the 30 to 40% a nationwide figure?
No, that's just a smaller survey that was conducted through an agency that we had reach out to probably 10 to 15 different agencies nationwide and internationally. So
Okay, but it's not local is what I mean. The geographic span of it is larger. I'm just wondering if maybe people in Southern California are more prone to make use of email or electronic communication, more familiar with it, I mean, it's a more cosmopolitan community and as opposed to a rural community where internet access has been limited and folks are just not as reliant on that type of communication and the value that it has.
I think you're correct. It's something that Tatiana is going to talk about a little bit later in her presentation. As far as surveys, I think conducting a survey to, reach our members to find out what channels they would like to use to be communicated through is going to really be helpful for us to see what those percentages really are for our members.
I just wanted to add, Cynthia had mentioned we have 78% email coverage for our members. Recent CM report that I got a preview of shows that among our peers, it's 73%. So we're slightly ahead of our peers in collecting email addresses and being able to communicate electronically with our members.
Can I ask a question also?
Well, I would just make a comment that I appreciate the fact you don't inundate us with emails. As someone who is drowning in emails and spends half of his day triaging what comes in, I don't need to see emails ad nauseum from LACERA. So I appreciate the fact that they only come out infrequently. So I think that does play a large role. When I get one, I tend to look at it. And also the fact that you put the information I need to know, not buried down in the bottom, but kind of up at the top, so I can immediately see, ooh, this is something I need to look at, or, this is nice to know, but this can wait. So I appreciate you. Don't flood us with email because I don't need any more.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
I wanted to find out what efforts are being made to collect that other percentage of missing email addresses. I'm sure some people don't have email addresses, some retirees, probably most actives do, because they have a county email.
Yeah, that's going to be talked about in this Go Paperless campaign.
Oh.
So I'll cover, what our strategy is and some of the areas that we're actively pursuing to secure that information.
To get spectators to our game.
Yes, thank you for playing along. Yes, Trustee Me?
I do have a comment considering our member, especially even retiree member, right? We have different demographic, and then there's a group of members that they might not that digitally innate, group of people. And I think it's important that we don't leave anyone behind, right? So I'm all for paperless. I'm millennial, it's easy for me, and I handle emails well too, even a lot of email. However, I'm looking at number, 78% of email, right? And then 50% I'm open. So that's total 36% people that we're reaching. So that leave like 64% people we're not reaching via email. So I just want to point it out. It's all good what we're doing here, improving here. However, it's important to keep in mind we don't leave anyone behind, especially those important communication, right? We want to reach our members and meet them where they're at. So I just want to make a comment on that.
Appreciate that. And that's where we talked about the omni-channel approach and why we have different medias that we utilize to reach all of our members, because we understand the importance of making sure that we communicate to everybody, which is why we have the various channels that are available to us to work to accommodate that. So if they don't have emails, as Erica mentioned in her Steps to Prepare campaign. Initially, it started out as an email campaign, but we realized we don't have everybody's email. So we're doing a direct mail component that is partnering with that in that particular campaign to make sure we are assuring we're reaching everybody. So we're fortunate we have the different media channels or omni-channel touch points to utilize to do that. So thank you. Okay. So I'm going to move on with the Go Paperless campaign because we do see the importance of transitioning our members to digital communication. We have been diligently working on this transition, considering the numerous benefits. We have actively been developing a more comprehensive campaign, which includes first, our newsletters. We currently invite our recipients to sign up for My LACERA in every newsletter to secure their email address. And we also direct them to the opt-out option, say that 5 times fast, as well, to highlight the benefits. We are also including a call to action on the footer of all email distribution messages. And in addition, we are including a Go Paperless blurb on the footer of all letter templates used for member communication, as shown here on the screen. We are now including a call to action on all outgoing email correspondence, such as Erica's campaign, The Steps to Prepare. And then given the cost benefits, we are also developing a targeted campaign that will focus on our newsletter recipients. And then lastly, Tatiana will discuss the MSC partnership with LA County departments further in her presentation. With the development of this relationship, we see the opportunity of how this could help our Go Paperless campaign. And now I'm going to hand it back to Erica.
All right. So social media. So we're excited, as I know all trustees are excited as well, that we are operating in social media. LACERA currently maintains accounts on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. We are active on YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. So YouTube serves as our video hosting site where informational videos and board meetings are published. LinkedIn is used for career postings as well as other postings such as informational videos and educational messages. And then Facebook serves as our primary platform where we reach the majority of our demographic. As you can see here, Facebook, there's 69% of users aged 18 to 65 engage with Facebook, and that covers most of our active members. We look forward to extending our reach into Instagram. As of now, we are waiting for a social media coordinator to begin to actively use Instagram. As you can see, Instagram is only 7% of our member audience that would fall within that Instagram demographic. So, which is another reason as to why we're leaning more heavily towards Facebook to be able to speak to most of our members. And I have a question for trustees. So let's see how well you know your social media platforms. Let's see. What social media platform has the most active users? MySpace.
What is that?
MySpace.
MySpace.
Active social media platform. So we have YouTube, we have LinkedIn, we have Facebook, Twitter, TikTok? All right, let's see. Yeah. So YouTube, whomever said YouTube, with almost 4 billion monthly users, and Facebook isn't far behind, a little over 3 billion monthly users. So we're in good hands with using Facebook once again as our primary social media platform. And then, of course, content calendar. Having a content calendar is really important to stay on top of our postings and to guide our messaging. We're currently posting to Facebook and LinkedIn 1 to 2 times a week, with posting to YouTube following the release of educational videos or board meetings with the help of our executive assistants. Now I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia to share a few words with how we're going to expand our social media strategy.
Thank you. So this initiative requires a lot of time and attention to fully, I'll get it. This initiative requires a lot of time and attention to fully develop our presence on all platforms that reach our members. So we have recently begun the search for the social media specialist, and I'm happy to say that we actually found somebody that is going through the background check now. So we're excited about that. This role involves assisting with the enhancement of this initiative, employing best practices to identify additional platforms suitable for our member demographics, expanding the content calendar to include relevant topics aligned with member journeys, crafting copy, and managing design elements in accordance with our branding to better engage members who are interested in receiving information through this particular channel. Next slide. So this concludes our presentation on enhancing member communications. We hope that you found value in learning about LACERA creatives and the scope of our work. Our team is ready to hit a home run by engaging with members at every stage of their careers, be it new hires, mid-career employees, those approaching retirement, or retirees. Our objective is to ensure members have a clear understanding of their retirement benefits and access to relevant information. We aim to simplify complex information through innovative use of creative and interactive technologies, ensuring our communications are always in the strike zone. Our communications team is dedicated to implementing best practices to enhance the omni-channel experience, ensuring seamless connectivity across all platforms. Just like a well-coached baseball team, we're prepared and committed to playing our best game for the ultimate win, which is superior member engagement and satisfaction. Before I hand it over to David Bay, I'd like to thank the LACERA creatives for their creativity and collaboration and hard work to put this presentation together. We all worked together. They came up with the theme and put together the little packets and stat cards. So I just wanted to take the time to thank them. And I also thank you for your attention and continued support. And with that, I'll hand it over to Dave.
So the chair, if I may, I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. You guys are Dodger fans. Somebody is. Nice work. I've asked before about the, SMS outreach. I mean, emails are good but a lot of folks, including my 82-year-old dad who's working for LACERA, also, uses text messages and just quickly, how have you guys looked into that more? I know I've talked about it before.
So SMS messaging, we have looked into it. I know.
We do have it, yeah.
Yeah, we
have the capability. We do have the capability to use SMS. We're just waiting for the signal.
So if I may jump in there. So we've had conversations, we started conversations among the team about how do we get permission? Right, so the first step in setting up that text messaging relationship is seeking permission from members to do that. And so Tatiana and I've had some conversations about how do we work that into phone calls and how do we start including that in communication. So you should see more of that coming up very soon.
Super cool. Yeah, it's a good link. I played around with a month of my LACERA, and because it's on my phone, the mobile app, it's really good. It's kind of it flows really well. There's a lot of bandwidth there. So I mean, great job on that. It's real user friendly. It's simple. You can get through it. The quick buttons at the bottom. It's not too busy. The drop down menus. So excellent work on that.
Yeah, I was going to say we have to give kudos to systems because they set up the responsive design for that format. So they had a lot to do with that.
Thank you for that feedback.
Yeah. Just a couple of other things. The paperless limitations with iCloud storage. Everybody asks you to go paperless. I've tried to get historical bank records data. Like some banks don't keep it past 3 years. Well, you know, ideally you should keep it 7. Do you guys have limitations with, and then they wanted to charge me per sheet, which I was very frustrated about, so. But the cloud storage, do you have cloud storage limitations, or is it just gonna keep growing and growing for storage, for historical stuff?
System.
So I'll start and maybe JJ can follow up. Right now, we keep all member records indefinitely.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And we don't charge if you want a copy of something. And a lot of that stuff, a lot of the things that members routinely ask copies of, like ADR, you know, copies of their automatic deposit receipts, their 1099s, those are all in the member document library online. And as far as I'm aware, we haven't thought of putting any limitations about how far back that goes. It just, you know, it just keeps it continually available.
Awesome. Then the last thing I got is the Facebook. You know, it's I know it's a great platform. There's a lot of user data available. Do we in the contract? Do we buy that data, user interface with it, or is it they just extract from it?
Yeah, it's available on the back end. So it's data that's provided to any Facebook user in regards to the metrics.
So those metrics are we purchasing them, or they just give them to you as a professional account holder?
So we're just using a regular account. We're not using a business account. So our personal Facebook account, the metrics are provided. It's provided just by becoming a Facebook user.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much for the presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to also add, thank you so much for the updates to the website. Just the little bit of tweaks that have been made have enhanced it substantially. So thank you for that.
Thank you. David, it's all yours.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good morning, Chair Robbins. Good morning, LACERA trustees. Again, my name is David Behe, and I'm a section head in our Member Services Division. This morning, I'd like to talk to you briefly about our Superior Member Experience Council. I'll provide a quick refresher to the trustees in attendance for the presentation last year, as well as a brief overview for our newer trustees. Under the Executive Office's larger strategic plan, the Superior Member Experience Initiative was created. With leadership provided by our Member Services Manager, Tatiana Baer, and under guidance from our Executive Office, a council was formed integrating many of our member-facing divisions. With our council made of subject matter experts from member services, benefits, communications, retiree healthcare, quality assurance, disability, legal, and systems, we are able to bring multiple perspectives and fresh ideas as we focus on empowering our members through our omni-channel approach and improving every member interaction as we map the numerous journeys our members experience throughout their county career and the life changes that happen to all of us along the way. LACERA wants to anticipate these needs, provide timely guidance before our members even know they need it, improve our processes, and create new channels to interact with our members through whatever method they prefer. I'd like to touch upon some of the highlights completed within the last year. Right away, we can see the omni-channel approach in practice. No matter what method a member contacts LACERA, Member Services is equipped and expected to provide the same superior counseling experience provided to our visitors to our Member Service Center as to those calling our contact center or meeting with specialists virtually online. Next, this council has also changed our approach to new hires across the county since they become our newest LACERA members. Representatives of this council are actively working with the County Department of Human Resources, our own executive office, and Benefits Process Management Group to improve the onboarding process. This not only includes in replacing the paper election form digitally, but also evaluating the most efficient ways our new members could be informed of the retirement benefits through LACERA. Next, I'd like to address the graphic displayed on this slide. This demonstrates our membership's desires as well as validates our omni-channel approach. In just the past year, there has been more than a 250% increase in retirement elections received online. As for our new hires, member services skills and hands-on experience have a more prominent role in shaping and preparing our new training class. And lastly, on the LACERA portal, members can log in to see their retirement status without having to call or visit LACERA. And continuing a little more about the changes to the LACERA member portal. The omni-channel approach empowers our members to be able to review information, seek guidance, process documents, and at a time and manner convenient for them. Sparing you the history of how documents were processed over the years, how members could obtain information regarding their own account, inquire about the status of submitted requests, and etc. All the enhancements you see on the screen are now instant. Mailing a document is no longer necessary, though still accepted, of course, but not necessary, as we allow documents to be uploaded directly, with many of those able to be signed electronically. Members can now communicate directly with a specialist through our secure messaging. And a member favorite, viewing and printing their own 1099-Rs as soon as they are available. No more waiting for your postal carrier. It's been my pleasure to present the highlights of what has been accomplished thus far. Thank you for your attention this morning. Next, please allow me to introduce Tatiana Bayer.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Chair Robbins, trustees, LACERA staff. My name is Tatiana Bayer, and I'm the Division Manager for Member Services and the lead for the Superior Member Experience, the Member Experience Council team. I'm going to be finalizing the presentation today. One of the objectives of the Member Experience Council is to develop and analyze surveys. Surveys help us understand members' experiences, identify pain points, and discover opportunities for improvement. We believe that conducting surveys offers several benefits, such as enhancing member experience. By understanding and addressing member needs, we can provide a superior experience. Data-driven decisions. Surveys provide valuable data that can lead to strategic decisions and help us prioritize initiatives. Continuous improvement. Regular feedback from surveys enable us to continuously refine our services and stay responsive to our members' needs. Our approach to conduct surveys is divided into 3 areas: discovery surveys, journey experience surveys, and interaction experience surveys. The first one, discovery surveys. Those surveys gather information about specific processes, experiences, and preferences. For members, we want to know their opinions about how they want to communicate with us. For staff, we want to capture both frontline observations and general internal awareness of what superior member experience is. And for business partners, we want to design a survey primarily to understand how departments handle a LACERA-specific onboarding process. Number 2, journey experience surveys. Our initial focus will be on the new hire journey, new members who joined the account in the last 1 to 5 years. We want to know members' overall satisfaction with the new hire journey. We plan to build different journey surveys based on various stages of members' careers. And number 3, interaction experience surveys. Those surveys focus on gaining feedback about a specific interaction, such as when a member calls the call center and they have a survey after the fact, or during one-on-one counseling, both virtual and in person. Those surveys also captures members' feedback after they attend a webinar. Conducting surveys is essential for enhancing our services and ensuring the superior member experience. Next slide, please. Last year, we are here discussing the various members' journeys we plan to work on as part of the Superior Member Experience Initiative. We asked many of you trustees who were here last year which journey we should be focusing first, and you did select the new hire journey. I'm happy to be here today to share what we have done so far. The team has been actively working on understanding and developing the new hire journey. On the previous slide, we talked about the need to survey county departments so we can have a better understanding of their onboarding process. We recently met with Lisa Garrett, the Los Angeles County Department of Human Resources Director, and a few of her staff. We had a very engaging meeting, and I'm happy to report that they're on board with the goals. We gave them an overview of the Superior Member Experience Initiative and what the Member Experience Council team is currently working on. We want to have a close relationship not only with the county HR, but all the county departments. A standardized onboarding process is essential for LACERA to ensure consistent and efficient experience for all new members. We want to have a consistency across departments, ensuring that all members receive the same information. We want to improve our member experience and provide all new members with the same knowledge and tools. Our objective is to move the onboarding process through My LACERA portal. We want the portal to be the to-go place for new hires to submit their sworn statement, designate a beneficiary, submit request to purchase time, reciprocity, etc. Our vision is for members to have a checklist to keep them on track of the steps they have to take during the new hire journey. We also want to have links for both LACERA webinars and one-on-one appointments, so members can be in charge of their education. Lastly, we want to provide links to various pages we have at lacera.com. Rest assured, trustees, that we'll always be here to meet members the way they prefer, in person, calling, secure message. But by offering those self-services capabilities, we enable our members to manage their accounts and find information they need at their own convenience. Next slide, please. So what's next? Once we complete the surveys and the standardized onboarding journey, we'll focus on establishing key performance indicators. This is essential to measure and improve the overall member journey and continue to enhance our member experience. We want to make some enhancements to our system, such as having a record on the member attending a webinar on Workspace. Workspace is the tool we use at LACERA internally to store members and process members' information. If our system can tell us when a member went to a webinar, we can set up a reminder. So for example, we offer power of attorney webinars. A member did attend the power of attorney webinar. 6 months later, we have not received a power of attorney document yet. So let's ask the member why they have not yet submitted the document to us, remind them why it's so important, and lastly, make it easy for them to do so. We continue to make improvements on My LACERA portal, as David has discussed a few slides ago. There are many opportunities to automation to enhance efficiency, accuracy, and member satisfaction. This includes automating the collection and verification of documents, sending confirmation emails, and providing access to My LACERA portal. By automating those tasks, we can ensure consistent and efficient onboarding experience. We also continue to look into different ways to serve our members. Member can, at this time, communicate with us by calling, making an appointment, both virtual, in person, sending us a secure message, email, just old-fashioned or written letter. As our communications team discussed previously, we're increasing our social media presence. Next, we are exploring the introduction of the chat services. This initiative aims to provide an additional, convenient way for members to interact with us, ensuring they receive timely and efficient support. This concludes our presentation for today. Thank you all for your time. We welcome any questions you may have. Ask a question. Chair.
Thank you so much. Did you say that you have started the new hire journey or you're going to start?
We started.
Okay. And I think it's great. I think that's really helpful. What I will say about new hires is when you first come into a new job, I'm sure you all know this, you just have, it's overwhelming. The amount of information is overwhelming. So, for example, even when I started with LACERA, I had training one-on-one. I heard it all. I understood it all, but it didn't stay. Like I just couldn't process it 3 weeks later. And then when you hear it the second time, obviously it's better. And then by the third time, you're like, okay, I got this. So I do appreciate that follow-up. And I almost wonder if we could do a follow-up, even if they have filled out their paperwork, because they're going to miss stuff the first run through. But I think it's a great program. So thank you for that.
Of course. I do recall last year, one of the trustees was asking for us to truly consider targeted emails or campaigns, so it's not too much information going at the same time to the same member. So this is the plan, to truly address, maybe missing beneficiaries, maybe missing an email address, missing maybe some other information that we should have on file. So thank you for your comments.
And just to step in, no pun intended, the Steps to Prepare email campaign. I just like touting the Steps to Prepare email campaign. I think it addresses a lot of areas that we should be when speaking to members. And the retention factor. This is going to be a quarterly campaign that will run for years to come. So repetition is going to be important in order for our members to retain the information. So that's an aspect within our campaign that we hope to be able to allow members to really learn the information that they're receiving.
I don't have a question, but I've got a comment for all of you. As I sat and listened to your presentation, running through my mind was just hundreds of thoughts that go all the way back to January 17th, 1975, when I was hired by the Sheriff's Department to be a young deputy sheriff. And somebody had told me, well, if you go to the Sheriff's Department, they have a pension. Well, what do you know about a pension? Okay, big deal. And as you guys have gone through all of the new changes and all of the things that are going on here, it caused me to reminisce over the last 45 years about just how things have changed. I remember, and this is Aline, this kind of goes to Aline's comment. When Don Kanabe retired from the Board of Supervisors, Cassandra and I went over and sat down with him and had a meeting with him because he wanted some one-on-one personal counseling about retiree health care and all this other stuff. And I looked at him and I said, why the hell are you in Plan E? And his comment to me was, because I didn't know any better. He goes, when I went to work for for basically Dean Dana as his chief deputy, he goes, somebody stuck some paperwork in front of me and said, go into Plan E, and he didn't know anything he didn't know the differences between Plan A and B and E and all of these others. So it's interesting that even the Board of Supervisors offices back then, and I don't know if they're doing a better job today, but back then they didn't do a very good job of informing the people that went to work for them who had migrated from the private sector into the public sector. But I do want to tell you that, and maybe some of this has to do with COVID and maybe some of it doesn't, but the changes and the improvements that I have seen come from the job that you all do in the last 4 or 5 years is pretty amazing. I think as LA County employees, we have a heightened awareness now of what retirement is. And you can't find too many county employees active who don't know what LACERA is. They seem to have a pretty good idea of what that acronym stands for. And I ran into somebody at my coffee spot the other day that was still an active employee. And I mentioned something to him about LACERA, and his ears perked up like, he's probably 4 or 5 years from retirement, but I think that the improvements that have come into our ability to communicate with our active members and our retired members, for that matter, is pretty amazing. You guys are doing a great job.
I got goosebumps, so thank you for that. But there are other divisions that help and support us in communicating this information. We couldn't do it alone. We aren't the subject matter experts, so we do appreciate all the other divisions helping us and contributing to sharing that information, because without their help, we couldn't do it. But the other side of that is my division. Communications is the people that we employ are fairly new. And the benefit to that is that we are mostly, we were new hires and didn't know this information. And I think that perspective really helped us in delivering the message to our members because we were struggling to understand this information. And coming from that perspective, and we still look at the content on LACERA.com because there's still a lot of refinements that we could make. And we see that it's just having the resources and capability to do it with all that annual project work and all this other stuff that we're doing. But we understand that, and I appreciate you sharing that because that's kind of the direction that we're coming from, given the people that we've employed in communications and looking at the content from that perspective. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sure everybody's really hungry. My stomach is growling. So we'll try to keep this as efficient as possible. Good morning, Chair Robbins, trustees, and all of my LACERA colleagues. My name is Sylvia Boutros, and I'm the section head overseeing the Benefit Protection Unit within our Benefits Division. Before we dive into the presentation, I'd like to briefly introduce myself and share how I came to lead this team. I've been with LACERA for over 20 years now. Yes, 20 years. Whenever I say it, it rings in my ears. Serving in various capacities across the organization. I began my career in Financial and Accounting Services Division as an investment accountant, and then moved into internal audit, where I spent several years focusing on fraud-related cases and fraud prevention testing. Following that for a year and a half before transitioning into benefits, where I helped launch the pilot program for the Benefit Protection Unit. In addition to my operational experience, I'm also a certified fraud examiner, and I hold a certification in risk management assurance, both of which have been instrumental in shaping our strategies within BPU. Now I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Angel Calvo, who will also introduce himself.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, trustees, Executive Office, LACERA Management, and my esteemed colleagues. My name is Angel Calvo, and I've been honored to work for LACERA for the past 15 years. My journey began, as Sylvia's did, in the Financial and Accounting Services Division as an investment accountant, where I held various roles and led the division on a few key projects. In 2015, I embraced the opportunity to help pioneer the Benefit Protection Unit, a project that's evolved into an integral part of LACERA's operation. Today, as a supervisor of the Benefit Protection Unit, I oversee the day-to-day operations, and we remain committed to LACERA's mission. I look forward to sharing more information of our work and its impact in today's presentation.
So before we dive into the presentation, I just wanted to take a second to connect BPU's work back to LACERA's mission, to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits to our members. That's exactly what the Benefit Protection Unit is here to support. Our focus is on making sure benefits are going to the right person and stepping in when something doesn't look quite right. At the end of the day, It's about protecting our members, their benefits, and the fund itself. And with things like identity theft and financial abuse becoming more and more common, especially in older populations, this kind of oversight is more important than ever. Today, we'll walk you through how BPU got started, what we do, and how we've grown into a team that's helping keep LACERA's mission strong. Okay, so who we are. Prior to 2015, there wasn't a single unit focused on this type of work. It was kind of scattered across different departments like internal audit, accounting, and member services. There were efforts being made, but it wasn't centralized. And we realized we needed a more focused, coordinated approach. Because of that need, our very own Mr. Bernie Buenaflor, which is not in the room, I don't believe he's here today, he is now the Chief of Quality Assurance, proposed the idea of creating a dedicated unit. And he provided oversight to the pilot program that was officially established in 2015. Over time, we brought people with experience in fraud investigations, benefits, member services, and auditing. We built a team that's really specialized in identifying risk, investigating unusual activity, and protecting members from potential fraud or benefit misuse. We started small, but as the need grew, so did we. And that's what we'll walk you through today. Okay, so here's an interactive survey that we would like you to participate in. Pull out your phones and pull up your camera and point it at this QR code. And it should take you to a one-question survey. The question is, what is the most common type of elder abuse committed by family members? This ties directly into the kind of risk BPU looks for, especially when it comes to protecting vulnerable members and their benefits. Yeah. Wait, did you guys all get the QR code? Okay. I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay. So the options are neglect, emotional, financial, and physical abuse. Okay, let me know when you guys are done. Done? Okay. So, okay. So you guys were right. That's going to be a trick question. Okay, let me move on. So 81% of you guys believe it's financial, 13 neglect, and 5 emotional. Oh, sorry guys. Okay, so the correct answer is financial abuse, and yes, it is the most often committed by family members. That tends to be a surprise for most people, especially me and Angel. When we started looking at cases in the beginning, and we noticed that it was family members, it was just a shock to us. This kind of abuse can show up in different ways: unauthorized access to accounts, redirected benefit payments, and even subtle manipulation over time. So while we're not adult protective services, BPU plays a key role in spotting warning signs, especially when they involve a member's pension. The National Council on Aging reports that financial abuse costs older Americans over $36 billion each year. That's why this issue is so critical, and one of the reasons our work in BPU matters so much. So this slide basically gives a timeline of how BPU has grown over the years. We started in late 2015, focused on building structure and creating procedures. At that point, we were still tracking cases manually, mostly through Excel spreadsheets. By 2017, we launched a formal service request system through LACERA's workspace platform. This gave staff a centralized way to refer cases to BPU and allowed us to track them from start to finish. It also supports consistency, auditing, and transparency. In 2019, in response to concerns with identity theft and direct deposit fraud, we implemented GUIACT, a system that verifies bank account ownership before changes are actually made. Angel will expand on this in the coming slides. We also began reviewing failed LACERA portal registrations, and we also initiated foreign payee testing, a function we took over from internal audit. In 2020, we began requesting death certificates when members were unresponsive to various forms of testing. This is part of our effort to ensure benefits are only paid to those who are eligible. Later in 2022, we expanded our responsibilities, again by assuming oversight of out-of-state death audit testing. In 2023, we implemented virtual meetings with international members, in addition to the mail-based system, which significantly reduced turnaround times. Then in 2024, we advanced our efforts by automating the death audit process internally. We started by reviewing industry best practices and issuing an RFI. But the projected cost for external automation was around $250,000 over 3 years. Instead, with the support of our wonderful systems division, we built the solution in-house using our internal system. That brought the cost down to $30,000 over the same 3-year timeframe, saving LACERA over $220,000. Each point on this timeline reflects how the Benefit Protection Unit has evolved to better protect our members and the fund. This next slide shows how much our case volume has grown since BPU was created. In 2016, we had just 130 service requests. By fiscal year 2024, that number had grown to over 3,000. I just want to clarify, that doesn't mean there's more fraud happening. It reflects how much more we're actually doing. We've expanded the types of cases we handle, like foreign and out-of-state payee testing, and we've implemented better tracking systems and staff training that's led to more referrals. So while the number of cases has increased dramatically, it's a sign of progress. We're identifying issues earlier, we're managing them more efficiently, and also helping to prevent fraud before it occurs. So at a high level, everything we do in BPU falls into 3 main categories: auditing, verifying, and monitoring. Auditing includes reviewing death records from our weekly PBI reports to identify unreported deaths. Verifying is how we actively confirm information. For example, we reach out to international payees to ensure they're still eligible for their benefits. Monitoring involves watching for an unusual activity, such as sudden changes in banking details or portal access from an unfamiliar location. These are the core ways we protect members, prevent fraud, and safeguard the fund. So now that you've seen the big picture, I'll turn it over to Angel, who's going to walk us through how we apply these practices day to day, including some real-life examples and outcomes. Yeah, I can help.
Thank you, Sylvia. One of the Benefit Protection Unit's responsibility is auditing the death data we receive from the Pension Benefit Information Inc., or PBI. We receive weekly reports from PBI of potential death matches among LACERA's members. When a death match is confirmed, a death notification is placed on the member's account to stop the benefit payments. PBI has reported over 2,000 deaths so far for this fiscal year. BPU has halted benefits for 414 deceased members, and this has prevented more than $2 million in possible overpayments to these deceased members. Now, some states are considered to be non-reporting, meaning they do not share death data to third parties like PBI, which makes this verification more challenging for the out-of-state payees. So BPU has taken proactive measures to test this population. We cross-check these payees through Social Security Administration's database, SSNVS, or the Social Security Number Verification System. We also conduct semi-annual updates of our payee records with PBI to maintain data integrity with the most up-to-date payee records. As previously mentioned, we rely on PBI and SSA to provide and confirm death records of payees residing inside the United States. So verifying status of retirees living abroad presents their own unique challenges. Therefore, we conduct specialized testing to confirm the statuses of foreign payees. BPU has also implemented a process for payees without a valid Social Security number. Some payees use an I-10 or individual tax identification number. Since I-10s are issued by the IRS, SSA does not maintain death records for these individuals. So this also requires a different approach. In some cases, we require assistance from third-party investigators like Covenant Bridge Group. And they conduct in-person visits with these foreign payees of these populations. We also utilize CLEAR to locate the most recent contact information with payees that we've lost contact with. This supports our fraud prevention and efforts to reestablish contact with members that we've lost contact. Before we review the statistics for our last testing, I just want to go over some facts. As Sylvia mentioned, when we first took over the foreign payee testing from internal audit, the turnaround time for this was about a year. And that's because we were using snail mail to make contact with these members. So we have streamlined this testing and have reduced it down to about 3 to 4 months. We've made some efficiency enhancement in 2023, as you saw in the slide. So we started to utilize the member portal to upload these documents. And we also implemented email communications for these foreign payees, which significantly reduced the turnaround time. We introduced virtual appointments for members who live remotely, which this eased the burden on the call center. And we also reduced our reliance on third-party investigators to conduct in-person visits, which lowered the cost of this testing. Now, if you look at the slide, we have 305 members who lived abroad. We had about a 97% success rate and verified 295 of these payees. During this testing, 5 members were reported deceased, and we placed hold on 5 accounts, meaning these members did not respond to our testing. We thought it would be a fun fact to share the top 5 countries where these members are retiring to. So Philippines came in number 1. We have 48 members residing in the Philippines, followed by Canada, Mexico, Thailand, and Puerto Rico. In the foreign payee testing, we also include U.S. territories, which would include Puerto Rico, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Guam. The reason for this testing is because the yearly payroll for these payees are over $10 million. Slide. Before we continue, I would like to recognize Ms. Kathy Delano for her support. Kathy Delano, the Chief of Information Technology, for her support in us implementing these new security measures. We're always trying to be innovative and evolving to safeguard our members. So over the last few years, we focus on security enhancements, prioritizing in 2 key areas: monitoring the members' portal activity and tracking changes to direct deposit information. We implemented IP address monitoring for existing portal accounts, and we review new portal registrations. We partnered with Systems Division to introduce real-time account authentication software and logic. This validates new direct deposit additions, changes, and deactivations of direct deposit accounts. This adds a layer of security to prevent unauthorized financial transactions, enhancing the member security while maintaining a seamless experience. So again, we would like you to participate in another survey. Please take out your camera, your phone, and point the camera to the QR code. So the question here is, how many direct deposit changes has LACERA received during the current fiscal year? Next slide. Is it A, 4456, B, 6563, C, 10,623, or D, 12,454? Is everybody logged in? All right. Okay, so I think we can. All right, so these are the results. So we have 44% with 6,500, 25% with 44, 25%, 10,000, and 5% with 12,000. The correct answer is, I'm gonna go back. It's 6563. Move on. So yes, for this current fiscal year, LACERA has processed over 6,500 direct deposit changes. A majority of those, or 78%, were changed by inbound call to our call center, or the member submitted a direct deposit change form. 22% of these changes, the members logged into their portal account and changed their direct deposit electronically. Of these 6,500, about 10% or 700 were routed for BPU. They were flagged for BPU's review. So with this data, we just wanted to highlight the significant number of changes that take place and the associated risk of potential fraud. Additionally, we want to reassure the board that LACERA is actively monitoring these changes to protect both the member and the fund. Now, we will receive referrals from different divisions throughout the organization, but a majority of the referrals come from our member-facing teams, like the call center. The call center is our first line of defense. They often refer cases to BPU when there's something suspicious on the call. We also will receive reports from third parties, such as family members or the attorney-in-fact for the member. Their concerns usually include changes to beneficiary information, alterations in contact information of the member, or attempts to access the member's account. Now, we will receive occasional referrals from our executive office and our board. BPU's goals remain the same, is to safeguard the member. Next, we will highlight two cases that came across BPU's desk, showcasing the types of fraud we encounter and the measures we take to protect our members. This case stood out as an interesting one to share because it's not only a typical fraud scenario we encounter, but the collaboration that occurred between our different divisions and other county agencies. How the scam worked was bad actors sent phishing emails to active members, posing as LACERA retirement counselors. The members would then click on the link and schedule counseling appointments with these impersonators. These bad actors would then collect personal identifiable information and attempt to upsell them life insurance or 401k products. These fictitious retirement counseling were brought to BPU's attention by members who felt these counseling sessions seemed a little suspect or suspicious to them, so they reported these counseling sessions to LACERA. BPU contacted and interviewed the affected members. We were able to locate the fraudster's home address, their business address, as well as their personal phone numbers. We coordinated with our legal division, systems, and our executive office to develop an action plan. Our legal division sent cease and desist letters to the fraudsters. They also requested a list of all the members that they had made contact with. Our systems division notified LACERA's members of the scam via an email blast. They also worked with Los Angeles County's Internal Services Department to block the fraudster's email address for all county employees. ISD also provided a list of all active members who clicked on the link so we could follow up with them as well. BPU reported the incident to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and our communication division provided education about phishing scams in our newsletter. They also offered guidance on how to prevent identity theft. Lastly, our Member Services Department provided legitimate retirement counseling to the misled members. So as you can see, it's not just BPU who looks at these cases, but it's a collaborative effort with all the different divisions within LACERA. Next slide. This case highlights two security enhancements implemented by the Systems Division and BPU. This is something we see more often than the previous case. So an impersonator called the Member Services Call Center, successfully passed the secure validation questions, and updated the direct deposit information on file. They also updated the phone number and email. Then they went ahead and created a portal account under the member's name. Now, the direct deposit change monitor flagged this account and routed this change to BPU for further investigation. During BPU's investigation, we determined that the caller's voice did not match that known voice of the member. The IP monitoring revealed that the portal was created from a state where the member did not reside. BPU attempted to contact the fraudster on several occasions, but the bad actor would disconnect the call after our request to conduct a virtual meeting. BPU then went ahead and contacted the member, and we reverted all the changes and alerted him of the fraud that had occurred on his account. And I believe we also provided him a year of credit monitoring. So, go back real quick. Well, I guess the main thing is I just wanted to reassure that these proactive measures are working as designed to safeguard our members and the fund. Continuing education. Over the years, BPU has attended the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, a global conference, to gain insight into industry best practices, emerging trends, emerging fraud trends, and preventive strategies. We also actively participate in the CalPERS roundtables to share best practices with other pension plans. BPU has presented at various conferences and hosted team meetings with other pension plans to share our different procedures and what we've implemented to safeguard our members and mitigate the loss to the fund. We are subscribed to the SSA publication for updates on agency policies and regulations. This provides valuable insight into changes affecting SSA and their fraud prevention efforts. So the future of the Benefit Protection Unit, we like to provide feedback anytime there's a new development phase. As the board is aware, LACERA will be rolling out a prepaid debit card for members here hopefully soon. So we attend these meetings very regularly to provide our input so we could add those layers of security to protect the member and the fund. We also think it's a good idea to work with our communications division to contribute articles in the upcoming editions of our newsletters. This concludes our presentation for today. Do we have any questions? I think everybody's, all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Should we? Yeah. I know. Chair Robbins, well, lunch will begin then, and we're starting a little early. So,
It's ready.
okay. Through the chair, Mr. Robbins, our next topic for the afternoon is going to be our cybersecurity and fraud session, safeguarding member information. And that's going to be presented by Kathy Delano. Excuse me here.
Great.
Ganesh and Sami and Chad. So Kathy, take it away.
Sure. Good afternoon, Trustee Robbins, trustees, executive office, and colleagues. My name is Kathy Delano, and I'm the Chief Information Technology at LACERA. And with me this afternoon, I have Chat Arande, who is the Information Security Officer at LACERA. I also have Ganesh Gopanapalli. He's an IT manager too at LACERA, and also Sami Vaughn, who's also an IT manager too. This afternoon, we will be talking about cybersecurity and fraud and the many ways that LACERA protects our member data. Our vision is to create a pervasive culture of cybersecurity, one that is embedded in every aspect of our enterprise. There's a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. The four of us are here together today because we do want to take our cybersecurity program far, and we work together every day collaboratively, and that's why we're presenting together today. I want to review the agenda first. I will go over a few items about the shared responsibility of cybersecurity. Then I'll turn it over to Chat, and he's going to cover the roles and responsibilities of information security. And then I'll turn it over to Ganesh. He's going to talk about business solutions and information technology, followed by Sami. He will talk about infrastructure and information technology. And then I'll wrap it up with some best practices and also some of our opportunities and challenges. Our first slide here really illustrates the shared responsibility of cybersecurity. It's not just Chat's role in information security. It's not just our role in information technology. It belongs to everyone. Anyone that touches the LACERA system has a role in this responsibility. We're also shifting left when it comes to cybersecurity. And what that means really is embedding cybersecurity early in all of our processes. So, for example, when we onboard staff, they hear from Chat's group. We're shifting left. They hear about cybersecurity early. When we develop systems in the PMO, we bring cybersecurity in early. We're shifting left. In the development process, in information technology, shifting left. We think about cybersecurity as we develop the process. When it comes to trustees, Chat communicates regularly to the OOC about cybersecurity issues and current vulnerabilities and threats. We're shifting left because we're involving the trustees early rather than waiting if there's a data breach and then involving them. And then also our LACERA members, they have a role in this too. They log onto the portal, My LACERA, there are things that they can do as well. We're shifting left, and communications is educating them about things that they can do to improve their cybersecurity posture. This next slide, I'm going to go over a few noteworthy breaches to illustrate the true significance of cybersecurity in the pension administration industry. This first breach, most of you are probably familiar with because this affected CalPERS and CalSTRS. This was the Move It transfer data breach, and it affected PBI. So LACERA is a PBI customer, but we were not impacted by this because we did not use that other technology called the Move It transfer technology. So between CalPERS and CalSTRS, 1.5 million accounts were breached. So the personally identified information for 1.5 million retirees was breached. And so that is a significant problem because there's so much personal data that pension funds manage. It didn't just affect CalPERS and CalSTRS. Here's another article, how it affected the state of Rhode Island. 14,000 state workers had their PII disclosed, but it was actually much bigger than that. It was the biggest breach of the year. There were 1,000 organizations and 6 million accounts breached. And so that just really highlights the threats that we're currently facing, the cybersecurity threats that we're facing. I have one more example to show, and this is a newer one. It was in April of this year, and it happened in Australia. Now, this was more serious because it was a target account, a targeted attack that emptied pension accounts. It's not a apples to apples comparison though, because this is more like a 401k where they were actually able to transfer funds from the pension administrator into another account, and then they disappeared. So what happened is, it affected several pension funds in Australia. They shut down their portal for an extended time until they could get their handle on what was happening. So, I'm not sharing these articles to frighten anyone, but just to highlight really what a target pension funds are becoming. And so NCPERS had an interesting article, and they have a theory that pension funds are more of a target for cybersecurity for 3 reasons. There's an enormous amount of money, an enormous amount of PII, and not necessarily a lot of support in the information security area. They were comparing it to, say, hedge funds, which have a lot of money and spend so much money on information security and information technology. And then maybe other organizations that have a lot of PII, but don't have a lot of money, so they're not targets either. So they were suggesting that there wasn't really executive office support for cybersecurity. Well, that's not the case at LACERA. And to illustrate that, I wanted to show our org chart. So I'm going to use the pointer since I have it. So here's our high-level org chart, but I want to point out where Chat sits right here. He reports directly to Lewis. So that's an endorsement by the executive office. They have provided a budget and staffing for information security, and Chat is actually our very first permanent information security officer, reporting directly to Lewis. And now down here, I didn't mean to say down there, over here, we have my position. I'm the very first Chief of Information Technology, and I report to Laura. So there's some separation of duty there, which is really healthy in an organization. And then they've provided the support for IT, and reporting to me is Ganesh Gopanapalli. He's in charge of business solutions. And then Samivan, who's also here with us, he's in charge of infrastructure. And then there's a third IT manager too that's currently vacant. That's the PMO. And I'm the interim IT manager too for PMO. But I just wanted to illustrate the importance. We're each reporting to the executive office, but different positions. We're funded and we're supported. So we don't really fall into the same category as other pension funds in that area.
It's a pleasure to be here with you today to talk about something that affects every one of us, whether you're in IT, finance, HR, or the executive suite, and that is cybersecurity in the age of AI and digital transformation. Let's begin by addressing the current cybersecurity landscape. We are living in an era where the threat surface is expanding faster than many organizations can keep up with. Attackers are no longer just rogue hackers in hoodies. They're part of sophisticated networks, sometimes even backed by nation states or operating like corporations themselves. Phishing has evolved into deepfake impersonations. Malware is now embedded in supply chains. And ransomware isn't just about locking your files, it's about threatening your reputation, your customers, and your stakeholders. And just when we thought things couldn't move faster, AI entered the picture. AI and digital employees, game changers or gate crashers? AI is revolutionizing how businesses operate. From predictive analytics to robotic process automation, and now generative AI models that can draft legal memos, write code, or impersonate your CEO, this is not science fiction. It's our new reality. We're also seeing the rise of digital employees, AI agents that handle support tickets, perform compliance checks, or even assist in hiring. These tools drive incredible efficiency, but they also introduce new security concerns. Who validates the data these AI systems train on? Who owns the outputs? And are they leaking sensitive business logic or intellectual property? How do we prevent prompt injection, model poisoning, or unauthorized access to these agents? We must be cautious. AI can either become a force multiplier for cybersecurity or a backdoor into your infrastructure. Roles in cybersecurity governance, the CISO, CTO, and ISC. To tackle this evolving threat landscape, It's not enough to have good tools. You need strong governance. Let's talk about 3 key roles in your cybersecurity structure. The Chief Information Security Officer, CISO. Your CISO is not just a technologist. They are a risk manager, a strategist, and an educator. The CISO owns the security roadmap, ensures regulatory compliance, responds to incidents, and perhaps most importantly, communicates risks in terms the board can understand. The Chief Technology Officer, CTO, the CTO ensures that innovation doesn't come at the expense of security. They bridge business needs with technical feasibility. The best CTOs embed security into development pipelines, cloud architectures, and product design from day one. The Information Security Committee, ISC, this is your boardroom level defense line, comprised of top executives, CEO, CIO, legal, compliance, business heads. The ISC ensures security priorities align with business objectives. It meets regularly, reviews risk posture, and makes strategic decisions. Without executive sponsorship, your security program is just a well-documented wish list. The cyber incident chain, detect, respond, recover. No system is immune, so let's demystify what happens when an incident strikes. There are 3 pillars to a sound response strategy. Detect. It starts with visibility. You cannot protect what you can't see. SIEM tools, threat intelligence feeds, and endpoint monitoring help identify anomalies. Detection must be fast. Minutes matter. Respond. Once detected, containment is key. Has lateral movement begun? Are backups safe? Your incident response plan should be tested regularly. You need clear roles. Who's the decision maker? Who informs legal? Who talks to the media? Recover. After the breach is contained, the real work begins. Systems are restored, logs are reviewed, lessons are documented. Recovery isn't just technical, it's reputational. You must rebuild trust with your customers, employees, and partners. A strong recovery process ensures today's incident becomes tomorrow's case study, not tomorrow's repeat disaster.
Well, thank you. I just had an AI avatar of mine speak to you, right? And it sounded pretty convincing, didn't it? So what you're seeing there is the advent of AI, and it's not science fiction anymore, correct? So it's very much possible. Just today, there was this case study of that 85-year-old woman where did a check of whether her voice matched. That's out, right? The voice match is out because we can do that, right? The AI can do that. In fact, the way I built this was just by a text file. I inputted the text file in, and it went ahead, and I had to give a 10-second voice sample, a 10-second voice sample to produce this. So it just tells you where AI is going. It also tells you what we really need to watch out for, right? In terms of AI, there are lots of things that are coming up. You're going to start seeing AI employees, right? And if you're going to have these AI employees, so-called AI employees, they're going to work 24/7. And if they're going to work 24/7, then you better have good access rules to those AI employees as well, right? You better have, okay, what kind of data are you going to expose out there, right? What kind of things can that AI agent do for you? All these things are up and coming things of the future, right? So we got to look at it from all aspects right from now. That's why a good, solid AI governance model is really important. And start building that. At LACERA, we have started building that AI governance foundational model, right? Start thinking about, okay, what's possible out there? How can fraudsters use this kind of technology to commit fraud on our members, right? How do we educate our members as far as these things go? So the best way to is really let them know that these things exist, these things can happen, and we can, make them much more aware. So my avatar pretty much went through all these slides, which you can see, right? Went ahead and gave a presentation. So with that, I think I'll maybe give you just one more taste.
A CEO, a CFO, and a cybersecurity officer walk into a meeting. The CEO says, our customers are demanding more transparency and accountability. We need a strategy. The CFO nods, absolutely, let's calculate the ROI of being ethical. Then the cybersecurity officer leans in and says, I just found our company's password file on Google Drive, labeled Passwords Do Not Share. Silence. The CEO turns pale. The CFO starts calculating breach fines, and the cybersecurity officer sighs, and the password was password 123. Moral of the story? Even the best business strategy won't help if your security plan was written by someone who also uses sticky notes as encryption. A CEO, a CFO, and a cybersecurity officer walk into a meeting. The CEO says,
Okay.
our customers are demanding more transparency.
So AI is not perfect yet.
No, I just did that for effect. But, right? So it tells you, all I asked Louis was, just in our last meeting, I said, Louis, can I use your photograph? I did it just out of a photograph. So you need to have good cybersecurity tools as well, the top-notch ones, to prevent this kind of stuff from happening to you, right? So, investing in technology, just like Kathy said, shifting left on your security posture, we're making all the right moves is the way I see it. With that, I'll hand it off to Ganesh.
All right. Thanks, Chaitanya. Appreciate it. Hi, my name is Ganesh Gopanapalli. I'm a IT manager for business solutions working for Kathy and her able administration. So I would like to go into what we do in business solutions. So what we do is we are a team of administrators, architects, developers, and analysts that are accountable for building, developing, and operating business application systems. So when I say business application systems, I'm talking about like the workspace application that our users use, for member services, communications, disability, and everything else. So that's the user-facing application, and we are also accountable for our member portal, development and maintenance of the member portal, LACERA. And we are also accountable for a lot of other enterprise application systems, like Carly talked about HR data manager this morning, so including that. And we also have applications like SharePoint. We provide the administration of SharePoint, which is a document repository and a document sharing application. We also have ServiceNow. We use that tool as an incident management tool. So we're accountable for management of all these application systems, and we have systems administrators which take care of ongoing operational support and any kind of changes and keeping up with the tool and its versions and patches and everything else. System architects, I would say we have database architects, we have application architects, and we have business architects. And when I say business architects, I'm talking about, analysts, a set of analysts that actually sit and, collaborate with our business users, understand the member needs, customer needs, and create a process flow that would make sense for the customers and the members. Application architects are accountable for putting a roadmap together, an application system roadmap together, where we are at today and what we want to be in 5 years from now and 10 years from now, things like that. Along with that, we have able team of software developers and business analysts included in my team. I see all of my customers here, starting from HR, member services, disability, benefits, and everyone. And I can stand behind my team to say that we are doing an amazing job servicing our customers and members. Next, I would like to go into the adopted controls that we have on the subject we are here for, cyber fraud detection. I would call it fraud detection and prevention. So I would like to go into what are the adopted controls that we have today. We are in member service. We are in a public member service agency. So as a service company or an organization, data is primal. Data is our asset. Without data, we cannot service members. We cannot even, do analysis about, what's the trend going on and all that. So data is our asset, and it is a primal job for us to keep the data protected. So first topic here is about data encryption. So we obviously, have a lot of data to manage. And we send data to a lot of external vendors, partners out there, like Los Angeles County. We send it to the county, we send it to agencies. So we take care of encrypting the data, and we take care of decrypting the data when the data comes back in. So basically, we do the encryption in transition and at rest. We also have tools. We also enable the data hashing. We make sure that we have taken controls and we have kept controls in place to prevent any kind of data loss in there. And along with data encryption, the next primal thing is, how do I ensure, we don't give more than the access that a person or an organization needs it, right? For example, in SharePoint, we do store the documents, we share documents with the external agencies, so we have access controls over there. What kind of access controls do we have? At what level? We have access controls at application software development level. We have access control at the data level. And we have tools to enable all of that capabilities for us, providing the access controls. And along with that, permission-based controls are there. Not everybody in this room, not all the departments here, they have various roles that they play, that they are accountable for certain things. So we, even within the workspace, which is a customer-facing application, we have, role-based permissions in place so that, there is no conflict of interest in viewing the data. And along with that, we have capability for data masking. Data masking is nothing but, you would have seen that emails, you get mails, paper mails, where you see all the excess, all the PIIs and the PHI, which is personally identifiable information, and PHI, which is related to health information. So we mask the data wherever possible. We identify it, and we mask the particular data whenever we send any kind of communication to members. And along with that, you might have seen that recently we have introduced multi-factor authentication, which we go by MFA. So when you log in today into LACERA, this particular MFA is implemented it's in place. So these are the ways that we ensure that the data that we have, which is close to our heart, to our member service, so we take care of all these things. And along with that, we have, bigger responsibility in software development too. So we have ensured that we have appropriate login controls, not just for development perspective, even from LACERA perspective. There are a lot of login controls available there. And we also have audit trails. Audit trails are nothing but, these are fingerprints of all the transactions that occurs. No matter who looks at the data from using the workspace, or somebody looking at the database itself directly, or members logging into LACERA, every single action, every single activity that everybody takes and looks at data is captured here. And why do we do that? One thing is to manage, who is working on what and who is looking into it. Another thing is, in case of any kind of audit, audit things come up, then, we can go back and look at this fingerprint, and we are able to respond back to the audits. All right. With respect to developer education, fraud detection and prevention is a evolving process. It changes day by day. It's improving day by day. So we have to keep up with the industry here. So we have secure coding in place right now, but that is an evolving process. We have continuous educational process as far as secure coding is concerned. And my team goes to security awareness trainings, they subscribe to that, and they take security awareness trainings in order to keep themselves abridged. As far as fraud detection and prevention, in addition to all the other things that I spoke about, we continuously monitor. We have tools in place that we continuously monitor all the activities, logins and the permissions and all that. We continuously monitor it, and any kind of doubts that we get, anything that we identify as a fraud, we collaborate with ISO. We notify them, and they do their magic. And next point is also something about the system vulnerabilities, which is the system itself. We have a lot of tools in place. We have a lot of software in place. So it is very important for us to ensure that we keep up with the versioning, because a lot of version upgrades that come to the software these days, even, you have iPhones, iOS, all of these upgrades come up, right? So if you look at it, all these upgrades are coming up and targeting fraud prevention and fraud detection. More than the bug fixes that they have, more capabilities that they are pushing towards the identification of fraud and fraud prevention. And of course, last but not the least, is we have business processes in place. We heard from member services this morning. We heard from benefits this morning. There are a lot of processes that are in place, like, for example, GIACT. Whenever somebody signs up into a direct deposit, whenever somebody changes their information from direct deposit, we initiate the GIACT transaction. So that's just an example of it. There are a lot of business processes that are in place where, like, for example, if somebody calls in and changes their address, we do notify them via email. We do notify them with paper mail. So this is nothing but just to let the member know that, hey, something has changed as far as data is concerned for yourself. So there are a lot of other business processes in place which help us identify and prevent fraud. And these are some of the future opportunities, not the entire list, but that's on the horizon right now. We are moving towards a identity management. So we are looking at a third-party member ID verification product. We will look at it. And when I say identity management, I'm not only talking about identity management from member perspective. I'm talking about a vendor. I'm talking about an employer. So it's identity in general rather than just member ID in place. And we are moving towards secure coding, how we can improve it, because we are introducing a lot more processes in place. We are automating a lot more processes in place. So we have to continue doing the secure coding training in place. And in addition, we have a project in the horizon to store our passwords in Vault. With this, I will turn it over to Sami.
Great. Thank you, Ganesh. Good afternoon, Chair Robbins, trustees, and my LACERA colleagues. So as Kathy mentioned, my name is Sami Vong, and I oversee the infrastructure operations side of the systems division. So within infrastructure, you can consider that to be sort of the foundation, which we build all of our technology upon. So when I was putting together my section of the presentation, I started putting together talking points using acronyms like NATing, ACLs, all that good stuff, and realized I'll probably lose the audience very quickly if I continue down this road. So threw that all out and decided that I'm going to use an analogy that I think everybody in the room can relate to, and that's the analogy of a house. And basically the foundation which we build our house, our digital house upon, is what my group oversees. Included here on this slide here is just the 3 different teams within my section: our service desk, our network engineering, and our audiovisual telecommunications team as well. So there's about 20-ish or so IT professionals that on a day-to-day basis ensures that the foundation that LACERA's IT assets are built upon is operating effectively, is secure, and meets the needs of the organization today and in future state. So with IT operations and from the standpoint of security, there's 3 specific areas that I wanted to sort of highlight and focus on. Again, this is not an all-encompassing list, but it's just areas that I would like to highlight in terms of what we do on a day-to-day basis in terms of securing our network and our data is in of itself. So being that I get the benefit of being the last person to present on this role, you've already heard my colleagues reference certain terms. So I will do the same, but probably do it, I'll try to do it in a context that hopefully it's easier to understand and more importantly, easier for everybody to remember as they leave this presentation. So the first one I'll talk about is network security. So in terms of referencing that house analogy again, you can think of network security as having robust security measures in place to keep the intruders out. So in that sense, with monitoring and logging, you can look at that as the security camera and the alarm system you'll install in your house. The security cameras will always observe all the activity within the premise so that you can see and observe if anything is happening. The alarm system will alert you if there's something that's going on. So like the security and alarm system, we have tools in place that are continuously monitoring our network traffic and logging that information because there's no way an individual or team can observe that information in real time all the time. So at times we do have to go back and refer to it. So the logging is where it captures it, creates the record, and that's what the team can go back and look to investigate if there's an issue, or we pass it along to the security team to be able to do that together. The next item on the list is segmentation. So network segmentation, think of that as creating different rooms for different purposes within the house. So in that way, we can take our most important data, secure it in a room totally different from another room, allow certain levels of access into that room versus another room, and really hone in and customize how we want to protect our environment in that sense. So in the case of the home analogy, it's no different than the kitchen and the living room, so to speak. If you isolate those and something happens in the living room, a fire breaks out in the living room, your kitchen's protected and you're not stuck replacing high-end appliances if something were to happen. And the last one, firewalls and intrusion detection system as it relates to network security. Think of a firewall or think of your house as being in a gated community. The firewall is that gate in front of the community, and that's controlled by security guards, hopefully many security guards. So in this sense, the firewall keeps intruders out, but in the event they get in, something like an intrusion detection system is constant in the environment where they're patrolling the environment to see if there's been any unauthorized access or if there's anything anomalous happening in that sense. Okay. Moving on to data protection. So Ganesh had already alluded to data protection in one sense. I'll tack on to that and talk about data protection as really protecting the valuables inside the house. So whether that's the family heirlooms, the expensive paintings, the expensive appliances, this is where we actually protect sort of the crown jewels, if you will, our data. So in terms of access management, think of access management as yet another security guard, but rather than the one patrolling the premises to make sure nobody's broken in, this is the security guard that sits at the gate of the firewall and through predefined rules either allows folks in or they do not. So in that sense, it's a team of individuals, security guards, whatever it is, sort of doing sort of the same task, but in different ways to ensure to again, protect the environment. Data encryption, I know we've talked about it as well up to this point, but in my context, you think of data protection as basically communicating with a coded language. And that coded language can only be understood by the recipient who has the decryption key in and of itself. So in that sense, the way we're protecting that data is even if it gets lost, stolen, whatever it is, even in that state, in the wrong hands, that data is still protected because they don't have the second piece to actually be able to read that data. And then last one with backup and recovery procedures, you can think of that as sort of like a safety net for your home. So that safety net, if all other things fail, that allows you to have a current copy of that data so that you can recover from it and continuously ensure that you test it and be able to validate that this is the actual data that's important to us. And we have more often than not, multiple copies stored elsewhere, not at the location. So if anything happened to the location, then again, we'd be protected. And lastly, system maintenance and updates. So you can think of system maintenance and updates as just doing that regular check of your home whenever it's needed. So it's no different than hiring a home inspector to come in and really tell you what you don't know in terms of what's wrong with the house. Or they're inspecting faulty wiring. They're looking to see if you have termite damage. Is there any areas of your foundation that could be at risk at this point? So with system maintenance and updates, we do regular patches, regular updates and patch management. So again, this is alluding to fixing a leaky roof before it becomes an issue. Fixing a leaky faucet becomes a bigger issue. Fixing a broken window before that becomes a bigger issue. So all the updating and patching that we're doing on a continual basis is to not only maintain, but to ensure it doesn't lead to a bigger problem down the road. Security audits and assessments. Again, this is hiring that home inspector to come in from time to time to look for potential issues. And this will help you evaluate and determine if your current environment is still up to speed. Are you still leveraging the current technologies that you should be? Or is there something that you can do better going down the road? And then lastly, documentation and training. You can look at these two as sort of the user manuals and instructions that come with any household. Proper documentation makes sure that anybody who reads it, picks it up, can operate that same piece of equipment, no matter what it is, in the same form or fashion as and the way it's designed and intended to do. And then training is really just developing that muscle memory to ensure that rather than have to go and pull out that manual, that you can actually respond in kind and quickly whenever an issue arises. So with that, that's the last area we'll cover in terms of infrastructure, and I'll pass it back to Kathy.
Okay, great. So you've heard from Chat on information security. You've heard from Ganesh on business solutions and from Sami on infrastructure. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, it really is a shared responsibility, not just the four of us in our teams, but everyone that touches the system. So we have a slide here for trustees and staff, just cybersecurity best practices. And I hope there aren't any surprises on here. I hope you read it and you just think, oh yeah, I know that. I'm very familiar with that. So, just, I don't know, do we have any Ted Lasso fans here? Anybody like Ted Lasso? Great. I miss it. Be curious if you get a strange email. If you get an email from me telling you to click this link because we need to know something about your account, that's very unusual, right? Be curious. Perhaps call Bonnie and see why is Kathy Delano asking me to do this. Just be curious about any unusual emails, text messages that you would receive. And then just some other things. Be mindful of social engineering, lock your devices. But again, I'm sure all of this is second nature to everyone in this room. We also have members that, they have a role in their own cybersecurity. And so there are best practices for them. If you're talking to members and they ask you, what can I do to make sure my LACERA data is safe? These are the three things that you can tell them. The most important one is the third one, establish your LACERA account. The most popular orchestrated attempt at fraud and cybersecurity is a takeover of an account. And what the bad actors typically do is they find individuals who have not established an account and they establish it for them. Or an account that's gone stale, where the email and the address are out of date, and then they attempt to take that over. So that's the number one thing our members can do, is to establish their LACERA account and stay active on it, stay in touch with LACERA. I also wanted to make sure we shared the external collaboration that we do. Again, it's a shared responsibility for cybersecurity. So I wanted to call out some partners that we have. One is Los Angeles County, and Angel referenced one of the examples of our partnership with them. In that particular incident, the collaboration within this team happened at the network engineering level. As soon as we saw the phishing attempts, we contacted ISD and their response was immediate. They denied all of the domains that we defined within minutes. It was really an incredible response, and it shut it down. It shut down the threat immediately. We also collaborate with other California retirement associations. And that collaboration is actually usually on the executive level, where an executive from one of the other associations would contact Santos and Lewis and say, this is what we're seeing. We just had a takeover attempt. This is what it looked like. And then they would talk to Chat and I and just say, do we have this gap? If we do, how soon can we fill the gap? Or we'll just talk about it. But because we don't compete for members, we do have that collaboration with other associations. We also subscribe to Gartner, which is a consulting firm that provides analysis on all things technology, including cybersecurity. But it's just a way of not working in a vacuum, reaching out. What's going on? What do we need to know? What do we not know? We also have membership in a group called PRISM, and Ganesh and I jokingly like to call that PRISM, these are our people, because it's the Public Retirement Information Systems Management Group. So every public retirement system sends their CIO there, or their business solutions team there. And there's a convention once a year. It's fantastic, and we have an ongoing chat with all of these individuals. So if there's a threat, we hear about it on that chat. We also use it for other things, just, consulting other groups on best practices, what they're doing, all of a lot of informal benchmarking goes on, but that's PRISM. And lastly, I'm sure all of you have heard of this, CalPERS. There is an IT roundtable. We do participate in that. And similar to PRISM, we do have a peer group there. We have a chat that's ongoing, and it's just specific to California. The other one is nationwide. And then this is our last slide. I wanted to highlight opportunities and challenges ahead. So opportunities, artificial intelligence, it's a great opportunity. It is a really scary challenge. So it's a double-edged sword. Same with human factors. We are fortunate to have great employees, great trustees, great executive office to move our organization forward, but we are also human. And so the challenge is bad actors will take advantage of our human nature. And so there's, again, double-edged sword. Artificial intelligence makes it even more complicated, as Chat showed with the video. Ransomware is evolving. It's getting so sophisticated compared to what it was 10, 15 years ago. And also just the dynamic nature of cybersecurity is a challenge. We'll never be finished. The finish line is moving, so we're never done. Which is, we're on this journey for a long time. And then the last thing that I wanted to just restate is our vision, and that is to create a pervasive culture of cybersecurity, where cybersecurity is embedded in every aspect of our operation. It's second nature. And this is essential to safeguarding the trust that our members have placed in us, ensuring the reliance of our systems, and enabling the long-term prosperity of our association. And so with that, we'll answer any questions that you might have. Ms. Mee?
Thank you for the presentation. Very informative and also really comforting to find out that, to learn about our team. We have a capable team in-house, take care of this. This is so important. I'd like to share a real-time story to emphasize, this is how important it is. I was outside earlier doing a video call with a police department from China, filing a police report earlier. And because I just got a phone call from FCC say that somebody stole my identity, opened a phone account in China, Enable, and used that phone account to do scam. So yes, this is critical. And then I thought I was doing all the best practice I was talking about earlier. I thought I was good, However, I think today those best practice might not be enough anymore. With AI, just like you said, is opportunity also double-edged sword. There's a risk come of an AI enable, that cyber attack in a much different level scale. So yeah, I want to share the story just so that everyone understand, so this is really, really critical, very important. And thank you for the presentation. Follow that, I do have a question. So I know we, as LACERA, we work with a lot of vendors, we hire managers. So I'd like to learn a little bit more about on the vendors manager side, what level of diligence that do we do to ensure on their end they're safe and secure? Because we are
Yeah.
working with them and this is someone connected.
Yeah, I
So,
can answer that. What we do have is we've centralized the vendor management group currently. So with that, it's given us the ability to monitor every vendor on a yearly basis. A couple of things that we do collect is like a SOC 2 report to see whether their security practices match our security practices. We also have a very high level of expectation from our vendors. So those that don't have it, then they go through a rigorous kind of a check list that they'll have to answer. There's periodic reviews as well. And then the most important part is the process of onboarding and offboarding a vendor. So when it comes to offboarding a vendor, we ensure that the data that they have of ours is destroyed, and they give us a certificate of destruction. These kind of practices should be, front and center in any organization, and it's here and at LACERA is what I can tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Chair Robbins, I know we're running about 45 minutes early. I propose we still just continue through the presentations. Is that okay? Okay, next up, we have our next topic is ensuring due diligence and disability retirement, a comprehensive approach. And we have our disability retirement services team along with legal and disability litigation collectively. So I will pass it over to the team.
Louis, can we get a couple minutes? We have one more member of the team who stepped away for just a moment.
That's fine, a couple of minutes, yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Robbins and distinguished trustees and my colleagues here at LACERA. It's been a long time since Disability Retirement Services has presented at an offsite. So we're happy to be here today to present to you and talk to you a little bit about due diligence. So all the work that we do to make sure that we deliver cases to you and you can make an informed decision. Just like you've heard throughout the day from my colleagues, the work we do directly aligns with LACERA's mission. For the group that you'll hear from today, we seek to protect and provide the promised benefit to our members who apply for disability retirement by practicing due diligence and delivering enough information to you board members to make determinations about whether or not one should be granted a disability retirement. I'm going to lay the foundation for our discussion today by asking you to imagine the process of due diligence as assembling a complex puzzle. Each piece, like a segment of vital information, plays a critical role in creating the final picture. Just as puzzles vary in size from a modest 100 pieces to an intricate 1,000 pieces, our investigations can range from straightforward to highly complex. How many of you like to do puzzles? So I think you can understand where I'm coming from in that the more pieces you have, the more intricate it can be, and it takes a long time to fill in the space so you can see what picture you have, unless you cheat and look at the box. We don't have that. In our case, we don't really have the ability to cheat. We have to assemble all the pieces to be able to deliver the information to you. Our method involves meticulous examination and gathering of each puzzle piece. In the beginning, the puzzle is incomplete, a scattered array of information that appears unrelated. As we diligently piece together the facts, the patterns emerge and the connections become evident. The picture starts to form, providing a clear understanding of the case at hand. Consider the complexity of puzzles as they increase as the number of pieces grows. Similarly, in each claim we investigate, it presents unique challenges requiring different levels of scrutiny and expertise. Some puzzles may be solved quickly with a few large pieces fitting easily, while others demand patience and careful attention to detail to find the perfect fit for hundreds of tiny pieces. At the end of our investigation, when all the pieces are assembled, the complete picture serves as a comprehensive guide for the Board of Retirement to adjudicate the disability retirement claim with confidence. This analogy highlights not only the importance of a thorough investigation, but also the reward of seeing a clear and complete picture, enabling informed and just decisions. So I'm going to turn this presentation over to my team, and you're going to see different levels of our process. We're going to start with intake, investigations, our QA process, followed by a discussion from our legal disability team, as well as our disability litigation office. We all work together to deliver information to you so you can make, again, as I mentioned earlier, informed and just decisions. So I turn it over to my team.
Good afternoon, Chair Robbins, trustees, and LACERA staff. My name is Patty Silva. And to give you a little bit of background on myself, I've been here since 2016, and I've been a supervisor for the last year, about 15 months. So I'm the newest one up here. So please excuse my nervousness. Throughout our presentation, you will notice a recurring theme of a team working on a puzzle. The concept of due diligence can resemble to assembling a puzzle. Before starting any puzzle, one ensures that all the pieces are there present. Likewise, at intake, our primary responsibility is to verify that every application we received is complete and meets the eligibility and acceptance criteria. We accomplish this by accurately reviewing documents, ordering necessary records, identifying any potential issues, and providing counseling. We function as the gatekeepers for disability retirement services. Before specialists can investigate a claim and ultimately present it to you, trustees, relevant information must be gathered from the moment an application is received. The intake unit's sole purpose is to create an outer frame for the specialist to begin the process of putting the puzzle together. Approximately 52% of our applications are received with minimal to no errors. However, the remaining 48% do require additional support. Our team assists members who may be struggling
or unsure of the process, or they don't know what is needed to complete their application. We do send out notices, we make phone calls to explain what is missing, and most members are able to provide the necessary information pretty quickly. The role of intake unit is crucial in ensuring members are supported throughout the process and specialists have what they need to investigate and present claims to the board. And just to give you a general idea of what we deal at intake, I put in some stats here. For the last couple years, we've been increased between 11 to 12%. For this fiscal year, we're projecting either we stay roughly about the same from the previous fiscal year. And I'm going to go ahead and move it on to Hernan Barrientos. He'll go ahead and discuss more about due diligence investigations. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Chair Robbins, trustees. My name is Hernan Barrientos, and a little bit about me before I go on. I've been with the county since December 2009. I started my career in Department of Mental Health, Human Resources. I didn't do any HR work. I did most of the grunt work, making sure copiers were filled up and whatnot. But I came to LACERA Disability Retirement Services in October of 2011. I processed applications for disability retirement for a couple of years until 2016 when I became a supervisor, and that's where I am now. So over the years and in my experience and in my staff's experience, with due diligence with investigations, going off the metaphor or the of the puzzle piece, once Patty's team inputs all the and receives and verifies the information received from the applicant, it is now our team's turn at the puzzle. So we're filling in the puzzle, whereas Patty's team may have done the edges, right? Where it's really easy to figure out like where the corners are and whatnot. Our team starts with filling in the puzzle, where we are, what story are we going to be telling, and what case are we going to be presenting to your board. And so we do things in these three ways to gather the substantial and objective evidence. First is record discovery. We do interviews, and we have the applicants evaluated by an independent medical evaluator. So first, record recovery, or discovery, I should say, is once we know what the claim is about, what disability or what condition they are claiming they are incapacitated for, we gather those relevant records. So if somebody's applying for an orthopedic injury, we gather records pertaining to their orthopedic injury that led them to our door, essentially. We take those records, we receive workers' compensation records. For the most part, if we need to, we will obtain Kaiser records and any other records that we need to, including personnel, including any other legal records. Anything that is pertinent to the claim, we will obtain, and we will process through. So we'll pull out any relevant medical information and sort through the record itself to make sure that once we provide this medical record to our panel physician, it is complete and comprehensive as can be. Second is interviews. Now, in talking with colleagues on other systems in SACRs and calipers, we are one of the few that does a telephonic interview with our member, our applicant. Why do we do this? We do this to verify the usual job duties. Not every deputy sheriff, firefighter does the same exact duty. There are little subtle differences in between them, and we treat each case with the care and the due diligence that it needs. So we gathered what the usual job duties so that our doctor knows what this person did and can answer a question about whether they're incapacitated for their usual job duties. And we also cover their physical demands. What did the job duty require you on a day-to-day basis? Was it a lot of standing, a lot of typing, a lot of walking? Those are the things our staff covers. Medical history. Now, a lot of applicants do provide a medical history to us in their application, but sometimes we need a little bit more information for ourselves and for our doctor. Any surgeries? How did you do after that surgery? Was there any residuals, any complications? Our staff at Disability Retirement Services, our specialists, are tasked with making sure and speaking with the member with care and obtaining a comprehensive medical history pertaining to their claim. And witness statements. We also obtain witness statements from the applicant's supervisor, manager, department head, coworkers, friends, and all of that is depending on the complexity of the claim. So in order to ensure that we are completing the pieces of the puzzle, we may do 0 witness statements. Sometimes we may do a lot of them. And that is especially true with some of our psychological claims. Once we do the interview, we prepare a report and we have our applicant evaluated by a LACERA panel physician of the appropriate specialty. So as you've seen in the board packets, we have orthopedists, we have cardiologists, internists, rheumatologists. And so once our specialist receives the report from the expert, we do evaluate it to make sure it has enough information for your board to put in the last piece of the puzzle, which is the decision for the application. So do we have enough evidence? Did they do a record review? We ensure that we address that with the panel physician and obtain any supplemental reports as we need. Accommodation. Sometimes the panel physician may issue some work restrictions and they may be accommodated by the department. We reach out to the department, we have them fill out the accommodation form that you see in your packets, and we ask them to provide information and specifics as to whether they can or cannot accommodate. And lastly, additional exams. Some of these cases are complex and may require the opinion of more than one panel physician. And in those cases, and if they apply for other conditions as well, and the first exam is not favorable to them, we may go ahead with an additional exam. And so all that information is evaluated, and once it is ready to go before your board, we do make sure that it is prepared by the specialist, it is reviewed by the supervisor, and the case now moves on to our QA review, which I will let my colleague, Ms. Carrie Wilson, explain.
Good afternoon, Chair Robbins, trustees, and fellow colleagues. My name is Carrie Wilson, and I am a supervisor in Disability Retirement Services. I am bringing 20 years of experience, all in disability retirement services. The mission of our quality assurance process is to maintain the highest standards of quality and compliance, ensuring consistency, operational efficiency, and adherence to legal and regulatory guidelines, thereby building trust and confidence. For us, quality is not the next step in the DRS process. It is the process. From the moment the disability retirement application reaches our door, we have several checkpoints throughout the process where we are conducting quality checks on all the information gathered. Once the investigation is completed that Hernan just walked us through, we have a final quality assurance process where we ensure all the issues of each case are consolidated and make sense before we complete the board packets that we present to you. One of the purposes of the QA process is to ensure a high-quality product. QA in an investigation ensures the integrity, accuracy, and reliability of the investigation's findings, which leads to more credible results and informed decisions. QA procedures minimize errors and biases, which also lead to more accurate and reliable data collection and analysis. This is crucial for reaching valid conclusions. Another purpose of the QA is to ensure we are complying with laws, relevant standards, and guidelines. QA checks help to ensure the investigations adhere to best practices and comply with relevant policies, procedures, and laws. Doing so helps to ensure the investigation is conducted ethically and with respect to our members. And although this next purpose is listed last on the slide, it actually is the primary purpose. And that is to provide the board with complete information for its decision-making on each applicant. When complete information is provided to you, it helps you as the decision makers understand all the relevant factors in a case, and it increases your certainty that you have all the information to make equitable decisions. In essence, we want to make sure you can make decisions based on the facts and the laws before granting or denying our members a lifetime benefit. Preparation for board. Once we have collected enough information to make a staff recommendation, the pertinent documents of the investigation are assembled into the board packet for placement on your agenda. We've divided the reviews into two types of reviews. A two-level review, which is approved by the supervisor, and legal disability. The types of cases that we've identified are appropriate for two-level reviews are cases we call clear-cut cases that appear on your consent agenda. And by these types of cases, we mean the cases where there are no obvious red flags going on with the case, or cases that do not have any additional components that need extra reviews, and the cases where staff's recommendation is going to be to grant the benefit that the member is requesting. For these cases, the supervisor reviews the assembled packets for completeness before approving and passing on to legal disability, who approves all packets before placement on the agenda. When disability legal is approving these cases, they're ensuring that all legal standards have been met on each case. Cases that have more escalated components require four-level reviews. These cases have added reviews by the QA supervisor and the division manager to ensure all issues have been fully resolved and addressed. On these cases, the QA supervisor usually has zero to limited knowledge of a particular case and is therefore able to conduct an independent review by not having any preconceived notions about that case. We like to say it's similar to bringing in a second detective with a fresh pair of eyes to look things over. The division manager's role in this process is to oversee the overall management for how the division is making assessments on the cases with these elevated issues. A few examples of the types of cases that would undergo the four-level review would be any case that appears on your non-consent agenda. These are cases where staff's recommendation is to deny the benefit that is being requested by the member. Also, any cases on your revised held over agenda undergo the four-level review. These cases have appeared on the agenda before and are returning to you for a decision. Typically, the board has remanded these cases back to staff for further development to perhaps obtain a supplemental report from a panel physician, or to seek a second opinion from a different doctor, or sometimes the member has amended for a new condition that DRS has developed and we're returning to you for a decision. Also, cases that we categorize as having complex issues might be where the member needed to undergo multiple panel physician examinations, or perhaps there was a determination to be made as to whether the member was eligible for the earlier effective date. Or we might be taking a second look to see whether the permanent accommodations that the county departments are determining they can accommodate are truly valid and appropriate given the outlined work restrictions. And also any case that has legal recommendations where legal disability is providing you with clarity of the laws on a particular case, such as to ensure that it meets the threshold for reasonable medical treatment, or to address presumption cases, or perhaps legal might be advising you when it's appropriate for the board to weigh the evidence before making a decision. So all of those are examples of cases that undergo the four-level review. The benefits of quality assurance. What we've discovered over the past decade since we've instrumented the QA process in our division is we've garnered more consistency across all the investigative teams in the division. We have multiple investigative teams processing disability applications, and by having standardized processes, we're able to ensure consistency in conducting the investigations. The continuous check and balance approach we have helps in maintaining the integrity of the process across all the teams in the division. This ensures the final product meets or exceeds the agreed standards for everyone, every time. It also helps us with operational efficiency. By identifying and addressing potential quality issues before they escalate, helps to minimize risks. It also helps us to identify any bottlenecks we may have in the process so we can streamline procedures. And this, of course, leads to ongoing refinement and improvement of all of our investigative procedures. Another benefit we have found out is it encourages collaboration. So when we have collaborative minds considering multiple viewpoints of the laws and how we're practicing and processing these applications, this leads to more informed and balanced decision-making when we can all weigh in and discuss things. Currently, when an issue arises during the board packet review process, DRS staff and legal disability work together to discuss and work out these issues. So far, it's proven to be a good platform for us to receive and exchange feedback and do knowledge sharing. This helps all of us actually learn from each other's experiences and expertise. And when quality is assured, the following occur. Trust and confidence are built. LACERA's reputation is protected. Transparency and accountability are established. In addition to conducting a thorough investigation, we're attempting to anticipate any information you as the board need to make well-informed decisions. We want you to be assured our members are receiving the same treatment during our process, whether they are representing themselves or represented by attorneys. To sum it up, we want you to trust that DRS is always producing high-quality products so that you have the confidence that you are making decisions regarding the promised benefits based on objective and factual evidence. And speaking of factual evidence, I will turn it over to Allison Barrett for legalese.
Good afternoon, Chair Robbins, out the door there, and trustees and everybody else. I apologize for my voice. Rest assured, I am not AI. I am Allison Barrett, Senior Staff Counsel from the Legal Division. I'm just channeling Howard Stern today with respect to both my voice and my hair. So I was in the bathroom when the tutorial was given. The big button, the other big button. Legal disability's primary role. Frank, I'm going to call him Frank because I've known him for 17 years and not Mr. Boyd. It's not disrespect, it's love. Frank and I serve as legal advisors to both DRS and the board. As DRS's legal advisors, we provide guidance on every disability retirement legal issue that arises in the investigation of each application. Is there another thread that the investigator needs to pull to ensure that DRS gathers sufficient facts to support all relevant legal issues for the board to render a decision in accordance with SERL? Got that one. As the board's legal advisors, we review every disability retirement evaluation report, we call it the DRER, analyzing the legal issues, not only to ensure compliance with SERL, but so that every board decision on every disability retirement application aligns with your constitutionally mandated fiduciary duty. All boards generally have fiduciary duties, but yours is extra, as the kids say, because it is ascribed in the California Constitution, which pronounces that you have the sole and exclusive responsibility to administer LACERA's pension system and fund in a manner that assures the prompt delivery of benefits to our members, over 197,000 LA County employees. These benefits that you promptly deliver obviously include disability retirement benefits and determining when LACERA members are eligible or ineligible to receive them. In other words, your fiduciary duty extends to both the individual applicant entitled to benefits and safeguarding the system's high 80-something billion dollars. Is that right, John? We're about, okay, thank you. When members are not entitled to benefits because they've not met their legal burden of proof. It's not a coincidence that LACERA's mission to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefit aligns with your fiduciary duty and also CERL's purpose to recognize the public obligation to provide disability retirement benefits to public employees who become incapacitated in service of our county while making way for new employees to replace them, but without inflicting hardship upon those whose careers end as a result of incapacity. So how do Frank and I advise you to carry out your fiduciary duty, CERL's purpose, and LACERA's mission when it comes to disability retirement benefits? In order for us to ensure compliance with CERL and your fiduciary duty of care, skill, prudence, and diligence on each and every application, our legal evaluation is conducted through the discerning lens of substantial evidence. Generally, we mean substantial medical evidence because the primary CERL issues, permanent incapacity, prognosis, and service connection, causation, are medical questions. So with every application, we evaluate whether there is substantial evidence to support an objective finding of permanent incapacity, service connection, earlier effective date, accommodation, etc. in order to support DRS's recommendation to the board to grant or deny the disability retirement benefit the member has requested in their application. We say the term substantial evidence ad nauseum, but what does it really mean? According to Webster's, substantial means of considerable importance, size, or worth, strongly built or made, essential, material, real, and tangible. According to CERL, Government Code Section 31720.3, in determining whether a member is eligible to retire for disability, the board shall not consider medical opinion unless it is deemed competent. Competent in this case does not mean average, but rather legally qualified or sufficient. Case law and what substantial evidence is derived from all areas of law, from civil to criminal to probate to work comp. In other words, the substantial evidence standard is universal. It's not unique to CERL. The courts, and really the entire legal profession, tend to define words with more words and even more words until we finally hit on the one that resonates. According to the courts, substantial evidence is relevant evidence that a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It's of ponderable legal significance, reliable, credible, of solid probative value. A substantial medical opinion specifically is one that is based on a reasonable medical probability, which means more likely than not, as opposed to a possibility. It's equally, if not more valuable, to define substantial evidence by illustrating what it is not. Evidence is not substantial when it is based on surmise, speculation, conjecture, or guess. Here we'll consider whether the panel physician has made an assumption for which there's no basis in the record or applicant's medical history. In other words, is the doctor assuming facts not in evidence. Evidence is also not substantial when it's conclusory. It's when a physician renders a because I said so opinion, as opposed to a well-reasoned, detailed, and explained opinion, which cites the medical history, the diagnostic studies, and clinical findings. Conclusory opinions are one of the more frequent issues that prompt us to request supplemental panel physician reports. The case on the bottom of the slide, let me make sure I'm on the right, yeah, I am. People versus Bassett, it's a 1968 criminal case, which so eloquently explains how to not be conclusory that we often include this quote in our requests for supplemental reports, asking our panel physicians to provide substantial evidentiary support for their opinions and explain their findings. The holding is so well written, in my opinion, that it almost warrants a poetic reading, so I'm going to take a stab at that. The chief value of an expert's testimony in this field, as in all other fields, rests upon the material from which his opinion is fashioned and the reasoning by which he progresses from his material to his conclusion in the explanation of the disease and its dynamics, that is, how it occurred, developed, and affected the mental and emotional processes of the defendant. It does not lie in his mere expression of conclusion. The issue in Bassett, whether the conviction should be murder 1 or murder 2, rested on the defendant's state of mind. So psychiatric experts were asked to render a forensic opinion as to whether the defendant had the mental capacity, my lawyers will know this as mens rea, to deliberate and premeditate, to give careful thought to and weigh the considerations for and against killing his parents, to maturely and meaningfully reflect upon the gravity of his contemplated act, and to harbor malice aforethought. The psychiatric expert in Bassett stated that yes, he had an opinion. And when asked to express that medical opinion, he merely stated, quote, he believed the defendant did possess the described capacity, end quote. That was it. No explanation, no detail, no reference to the psychiatric testing or clinical observation to explain his conclusory because I said so opinion. Substantial medical evidence is also not a medical opinion which is erroneous or based on an inadequate or an incomplete medical history. Here we look to see whether the panel physician has reviewed the comprehensive medical record and the relevant diagnostic studies. Quite simply, do they have a complete picture of the relevant objective evidence? Evidence is also not substantial when it is outside the scope of the medical expertise, when a physician veers outside of their lane or medical specialty. For example, an orthopedist should not be opining on a psychological condition. This slide lists some of the usual measures we take as your legal advisors to ensure your decisions on every application are supported by substantial evidence and align with your fiduciary duty. We request supplemental reports, we request job analyses, we write legal memos. We request supplemental reports when the LACERA panel physician renders any opinion that does not rise to the level of substantial evidence, or for any insufficiently answered SERL issue in the 9 panel physician questions. And in our In our supplemental requests, in line with Bassett, physicians are expressly asked to explain their opinions in detail and cite the medical record and diagnostic studies or objective findings that support their opinion in order to provide you, the board, with substantial information upon which to base your decision. We request a job analysis to detail an applicant's last permanent assignment when we have questions to further evaluate incapacity, or a proposed permanent modified assignment to determine the reasonability of an accommodation. And that JA and any proposed department accommodation may then be reviewed by the panel doctor to determine applicant's capacity or incapacity to perform those duties. We write legal memos to provide an analysis of a particular area of law, such as permanency, accommodation, or termination, or to provide an analysis of any of the applicable statutory presumptions, such as the heart, the cancer presumption, or PTSD. And based on our legal analysis, we offer recommendations so that you, the board, may weigh the evidence and render a decision in accordance with applicable law. So to sum up, DRS and Legal Disability collaborate to present the board complete information and legal analysis on every disability retirement application, so your decisions align with your fiduciary duty and SERL. And this due diligence continues beyond the application when cases are denied, appealed by the member, and forwarded to the Disability Litigation Office. Jason?
Hey. That clicker. Good afternoon, Chair Robbins, trustees. My name is Jason Waller. I'm Senior Staff Counsel with the Disability Litigation Office, or DLO. I started my county career at County Council in 2007, and then I was lucky enough to come over here to LACERA and join the Disability Litigation Office in 2016. 2016, almost 9 years. It's easy for me to remember because my oldest daughter is 9, and I remember coming here when she was very young, and I think my first year I was just a zombie walking around. But anyways, today I'm going to talk about a topic that's been getting a lot of attention lately. That's due process. It's a fundamental right guaranteed by the Constitution. At least it should be. Obviously, in fact, our responsibility to provide due process was reaffirmed by the court most recently in 2020 in the case of Hipsher versus our own LACERA. My goal today is to walk you through how LACERA ensures due process during disability appeals. I hope to go through not just what we do, but why we do it the way we do. So what does due process mean for disability appeals? At the DLO, we define due process as the idea that every member should have a fair opportunity to present their case in a setting where the rules are applied equally to everyone. One of the most common things we hear from members when it reaches the disability appeal stage is, I just want to tell my story. The appeal process is their chance to do exactly that, to explain why they believe the board's initial decision was incorrect. And for them, due process begins the minute the member files their appeal. From there are several safeguards that are built into the process. First, a referee is assigned to the appeal. The referee is an independent attorney, not affiliated with LACERA, who acts as a neutral judge. Second, the appeal is heard de novo, meaning that the referee reviews the case as if it's the first time being heard. The referee is not bound by the board's earlier decision, and this allows the referee to act independently. Third, at this point, both sides can be represented by an attorney during the appeal. If the member doesn't have one, they can still represent themselves. And if that's the case, we hold what we call a procedural conference. At that conference, we walk through the member through the process to make sure they understand what's required of them at every step. So once the appeal is underway, the referee's been assigned, the attorneys made their appearances, I think it's a good time to talk about what is our goal at the DLO. And our goal isn't to deny benefits at all costs. We aren't here trying to be the bad guy, at least we try not to. Our mission is to pursue impartial justice. We follow the facts and the law to find the right outcome. What we're trying to do is find out the truth to the best of our ability. We feel this is important because by doing this, we are helping LACERA fulfill its mission. We are protecting the promised benefits by ensuring that only eligible members receive them. Now, our appeal process is broken down into 3 phases. There's discovery, then the administrative hearing, and then board review. Our discovery phase usually is our longest. It can last up to about 2.5 years pursuant to our own rules. That's the time that the members have to submit their evidence. And sometimes our members take the full time, going up to the very last day to submit their evidence, or others move quickly and they submit, they gather their workers' compensation records and they submit them quickly. Once we have the evidence submitted, we can move into the second phase, that's the hearing. The hearing is like a mini trial, and the referee oversees the hearing to the whole process to ensure fairness. Finally, the last phase is the board review. That's where the referee's decision is brought to you for your decision. At every step in this process, we at the DLO are making sure that any potential decision that is made is supported by both the facts and the law. So let's take a little closer look at each phase. Discovery is where we really dig into the case. Sometimes new evidence changes everything. During this phase, we gather additional records. I've mentioned workers' compensation records, personnel file, return to work records, even up-to-date, more current medical records. These are things that may not have been available earlier just because they didn't even exist yet. Once we get this new information, we review it. We make sure that the board's decision can still be upheld. But that's not always the case.
If the evidence shows us that the member's disability should be granted, we'll go ahead and we will write a recommendation. In fact, historically, I guess over since I've been here, about 14% of our cases that come to us, we will end up writing a recommendation. Again, when circumstances change, we follow the truth and adapt. And it wasn't long ago that I wrote a recommendation because of pretty big, significant change of circumstance that affected us all, and that was the pandemic. So if you will indulge me and everyone climb in our DeLorean, let's travel back to 2020, and I'll give you a little bit of background on that. It was the start of the pandemic in 2020. The member was a healthcare worker working on the front lines, and like a lot of us, she was very concerned about exposure to this novel disease, COVID-19. She was especially worried because she had underlying health conditions. So she filed for service-connected disability and was taken off of work. It went through the process through DRS, investigation, was presented to the board. She was granted an NSCD. She appealed that decision, and that brought us over to disability litigation. Now, in the appeal phase, or the discovery phase, we're now about 3 years since when the applicant first filed that application back in 2020, and a lot of things had changed by that point. People were getting more comfortable, vaccines were available, treatment protocols had been developed. She was feeling more comfortable, and she said, you know what? I think I want to try to go back to work. So she submitted updated medical records with new work restrictions, and I coordinated with the department to make sure that the proper modifications were in place. And with those accommodations, she did return to work. It sounds great, but there's an issue, because that brings me back to the recommendation. She was granted an NSCD, and as you know, the board, you have the final say on whether a person can work or not work. So that decision needed to be rescinded so her return to work could be finalized. That's when I drafted a recommendation that her application be dismissed, with her agreement, of course. The recommendation was approved, and the member is now back to work, continuing her career. And because it was dismissed without prejudice, she has the opportunity to file for disability later if she needs to. As I mentioned, resolving our appeals by recommendation is a rare occurrence. Most of our cases and our appeals do go to hearing. Unlike other legal disputes, there really is no middle ground in disability cases. It's either grant or deny. And the hearing is really where due process is fully on display. This is where the evidence is presented, objections can be raised and ruled on, witnesses testify and they're cross-examined, credibility is assessed. The referee then makes a recommendation based on everything that's submitted. This is the structure that helps promote fairness and transparency here in our process at LACERA. This brings us to the final step, the board review step. This is when the referee's decision comes to you as a board. The members can request oral argument in closed session, and oftentimes this is the one moment in time that the member has been looking forward to. It's their chance to speak directly to you about their case. And when you're deciding their case, you have 4 options. You can affirm the referee's decision, you can request the transcript, review the evidence yourself, and make your own decision. You can remand the case back to the referee if you have any questions or you have instructions that you want the referee to do. Or 4, you could hear the case yourself. Now, most of the time, it's the member who objects to the referee's decision. And it's the member that asks for oral arguments. But occasionally, we at the DLO are the objecting party. If that's the case, it's because the referee has usually done one of 2 things. They've either made a mistake of fact or a mistake of law. And when we request oral arguments as the objecting party, we're drawing your attention to it because we believe a correction should be made. Now, after oral arguments, when you've made your decision, the very, very last step, at least for us here in LACERA and your decision making, the member still has a remedy if they disagree with your decision. The member can continue their due process and file a writ and take their case over to Superior Court. These are the steps that we have in LACERA to ensure due process that's required by us. In closing, I'd just like to say, from the initial appeal all the way to oral arguments before the board, our goal at the DLO is to ensure every member is treated fairly and has the opportunity to, again, tell their story, because that's what they want to do. By the time the case reaches you, it's been thoroughly reviewed, factually and legally. What we want to do is make sure that you have everything you need to make a confident, well-supported decision. I appreciate your time and thank you for your commitment to fairness in this important process. Thank you. I'll turn it over back to Tamara.
Thank you. And we will stand for questions.
Not surprising, I have a handful of questions, but hopefully they're straightforward. When an applicant early on, you guys said that you interview the applicants when you're doing your initial investigation. If an applicant is represented by counsel at that point in the process, how does that interview proceed? Do you work through counsel to get it scheduled? Are they participating or they don't cooperate? What's the status then?
Yeah, for us, usually their application is submitted by counsel, and with their application, there's a letter allowing us to speak with the applicant. So for a large number of our applications, there are two primary attorneys, and they know our process, and they are okay with us reaching out to the member directly and speaking with them without them being on the call.
So you get consent in advance, basically.
Correct.
Okay. And then, let's see, what did I say? Oh, how are the doctors on our panel selected? Is there an RFP? What's the process there in order to make sure that you've got not only the full spectrum of medical specialties, but you have people that you're confident in the nature of their review and their willingness to be comprehensive in responding to the form that you've prepared?
I'll answer that question. We have a pretty rigorous onboarding process for our panel doctors. We generally seek out doctors who have experience in doing med-legal type reporting. And we'll run, in some occasions, we've ran full-blown recruitments where we put advertisement out there and they've applied. In some instances, we've solicited directly with them. But once we have a doctor that we know has the experience, we actually put together a package and submit it to your board for review. Along with that submission, we've already had our legal counsel review to make sure that the doctor has the appropriate credentials. So we're looking for board certification. We're looking for proper licensing without any sort of disciplinary action attached to it. In addition to the legal advisor reviewing the documents that we compile in relation to the experience, we of course get the CV from the doctor, which is their resume. We ask for 2 sample reports so we can get an idea of their writing style. Your board medical advisor also reviews all of that information before we submit it to your board with a recommendation to onboard that doctor. So the board actually has say in whether or not we bring a doctor on board and he becomes a panel physician.
Great. And roughly how many physicians do you have under contract?
I think we have about 40 right now in varying specialties. I will be honest and tell you that the population is actually shrinking because a lot of these doctors, when you're talking about med-legal reporting, a lot of the doctors have a tremendous amount of experience in this type of work. And what we're learning is doctors are aging out.
Right.
And so they're starting to be very difficult to find. We're also seeing kind of a trend where you have administrative groups that are kind of gobbling up the physicians and forming kind of their own panel. So you have to go through that management company to
Right.
get at the panel. So we are talking with legal counsel, also the executive office, to come up with ways to determine how we're going to be able to maintain and have doctors available to do the work that we need them to do. In some instances, we may have to look at whether or not we might have to contract with some of these agencies that have large panels. And so
Yeah.
we're exploring that. We're looking at fee schedules right now. You didn't ask this question, but I will share. We have a fee schedule that has been established, comparable to workers' comp, to ensure that we maintain talent. But you know, what we want to do is, if we do have to look into potentially partnering with some of these companies, that they're going to be able to adhere to our fee schedule.
Mhm.
The other option is the potential of looking at whether or not we just run year-round RFPs, so we can continue to get a continual flow of applicants, and then continue to bring those to your board. And so we're exploring different things that we can do to ensure that we could maintain a panel of physicians with a variety of different specialties that can look at our cases.
Great. Yeah. My husband was a medical malpractice defense lawyer for about 40 years, and there are some umbrella organizations of trial lawyers that operate in the LA area. I don't know whether they have access to ideas, or, you know, because the law firms are struggling just like you guys are. And so if you get to a point where you're interested in pursuing any of those outside groups for ideas or suggestions, let me know, and I'll see who I can tap into to provide a link for you, because I appreciate the struggle. That was one of the reasons I was asking.
Thank you.
I understand from the reports that we get on the Board of Retirement that there is a pretty lengthy period of time between when someone applies and when their application process is complete. And I know it's a lengthy process, and building a 1,000-piece puzzle doesn't, is different than a 25-piece puzzle. So I'm not being critical in any sense, but I'm just wondering if there are ways to, if you've explored whether there are ways to kind of double track some of the processes, so that rather than having them happen sequentially, they might happen simultaneously, so that the end result can get to the board earlier than it currently does.
Great question. And I think the short answer is yes, we are looking at ways to streamline the process. I think one game changer that's coming into play will be our case management system. I think we're going to gain some more flexibility in terms of how we can move our cases around and prioritize the cases, so we can potentially fast track some things. We're looking at whether or not, can we categorize cases in such a manner that we know these cases can be fast tracked through our process, because the information is there. There's well-documented information concerning the injury, and so we might not have to be able to go as in-depth as we may go in other cases, right? So if we categorize cases in a certain manner, we can potentially push them through the process. So we're looking at ways to do that. But one thing that I will say is that I am currently, one of the focuses is hiring the 7 people that I think we talked about at the beginning of today's session. Once we have those folks in there, I think, again, I'll be able to look at what is our capacity as a full staff, and then we can start looking at ways that we can streamline and potentially build a infrastructure around identifying certain case types and having a certain process built around that specific case type, so that we're not processing all cases exactly the same.
Right. Yeah.
The other thing that we are going to do is, I think the processing times that you guys are seeing in the reporting that we give you, it sounds like, it takes 16 months to process a case.
Right.
What we're not sharing with you is information about how long is that case in intake, how long is it in the record discovery, how long does it take us to index, and then ultimately pass it on to a specialist to be able to process the case. Because the truth of the matter is, when a specialist actually touches the case, the time in which it gets to you is actually very short.
Okay.
It's this pre-work that has to be done. And we've historically not measured that to be able to kind of get you an idea that, hey, this case is not just sitting here idly and we're not touching it. There's all sorts of things that are happening before an investigator can actually touch it to be able to process
Okay.
And so those are some of the things that we are doing. And I'll say, in future, maybe OOC meetings, we can take a deeper dive into looking at those things as well as some of the statistics and different things surrounding disability retirement. Case management has been a game changer because we've been able to generate some stats that we haven't historically had. And I think your board is starting to see a little bit of that in the CEO's report. We're reporting out on how many applications do we have by department, and different things like that. I have some other stats that we're refining the reports. I can see how many applicants are female, how many are male, by plan and department, by different job titles. So the fact that we've innovated, thanks to our systems team, in getting the case management system up and running, I think we're going to be able to kind of get some good stats that will help drive some decision-making within our department and ultimately be able to streamline the process even further.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sure that'll make a big difference. And I just have one final question. When a case goes up on appeal, when it is because the board has denied an application, is the applicant provided with any information about the basis for the board's decision, or is the hearing officer provided, or is it just a total clean slate so that folks don't even know? I mean, let me back up. Typically, when a matter in the legal world goes on appeal, the people handling it at the next level know where the rubber and the road did or didn't meet. I know you guys start from scratch and everybody's looking at everything so that you can do fairness and make sure things turn out the way they should, not the way they can, or not necessarily the way they can. But I'm just wondering if there's a way that, if there's any point in the process where the analysis becomes somewhat more focused.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Fessler's question, and correct me if I'm wrong, DRS, but I believe once the application comes up and gets appealed, the applicant is provided with all the records that were given to the board when they were making their decision, along with a notice of the board action. So they do have all the justification that is in there. And then that would be also provided if they're represented by an attorney. That is the file we call the board packet that is sent to the applicant's attorney.
And that packet includes all the medical records that the panel physician has seen. So the applicant gets the complete universe that DLO gets.
Okay, but they don't get a transcript, for example, of the board's discussion that led to a vote of the board?
They do not, unless they attended in person for their.
Okay, thank you.
For DLO, there is some medical records sometimes which is shared. Is that correct?
There is
Do you
some.
want to explain that? Yeah, just because we said all medical records, I just want to put the clarifier around it.
There is some certain circumstances where medical records aren't provided to an applicant after a denial, and they would be in the dark, and that would be in pro per psychiatric cases. In those cases, those psychiatric records are then what legal does is they write directly to the issuing doctor, and then they say, is it safe for us and for the other people and themselves for us to release this report to the applicant? And if they respond or fail to respond to our request, then we release it to them. But if they respond no, and then there has been cases that have come up to us where a pro per psych applicant is frustrated that they can't see the medical report, which led them to get a denial. But in this case, the doctor said that they could not be released to them without, they couldn't be released. So there's nothing we can really do there.
And that's due to the fact that that releasing them might create a danger to someone who's referenced in the report or something.
Or themselves.
Okay, thank you.
And that's based on a board policy, I want to say 2017-ish. Yes, okay.
In the alternative, they can also decide to be represented by an attorney. And if they choose to get representation, then that's another layer and we would release information to the attorney, the representing attorney.
But then the onus and the responsibility is on that attorney to filter the information with the same thing. So,
Yes.
right, I mean, that's what would be the process.
Yes.
The liability is on them.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a 15-minute break.
Recording in progress.
Policies, injured but employable. So please go right ahead.
All right, well, I guess I'm going to introduce once again. You guys loved us so much the last session, we're coming back for more. So it's a double dose of disability retirement. And I think this topic is very near and dear to many of our trustees. I know, JP, you always ask about this. You know, did we talk to the member about the disability salary supplement, aka supplemental disability? And the short answer is yes, we do talk. Some take, some don't. I don't know if earlier on you guys saw some of the fun facts. Our first supplement was granted in 1992. You know, I was looking at some stats and some different numbers. One thing that was very intriguing to me is that we have 2 members that stayed in service over 30 years after we granted a salary sub. And one of them is still working today, which I thought was very interesting. When I looked at a lot of the statistics regarding members who had applied for this benefit in the past, there was about, you know, over between 1992 and maybe 2021, there was about 150 applicants. We currently have 157 active salary subs, members who are currently working in positions that you guys granted the salary sub for. And on average, they're staying in the job maybe about 6 to 8 years. But there are those folks who are staying 30, 20 years and continuing to work, which I think is fascinating. In preparation for this, my plan was to do a little bit of a deeper dive into those numbers. I didn't get a chance to do it, but I just wanted to give you guys some fun facts and statistics. One of the most common jobs that people are demoted into is the intermediate clerk position. And I mean, that's the one that most departments are locating, and there's probably a large variety of positions in that class that are available to demote into. So that's kind of the number one position. Our top filer right now happens to be the probation department. And so my experts at the front of the table are going to take it away because they have a lot more information for you that I think you will find very interesting.
Good afternoon, Chair Robbins, trustees, and colleagues. My name is Maisha Coulter. I'm one of the disability retirement specialists in the disability retirement section. I've been at LACERA I just made 21 years, which is crazy because I'm 21 years old, but how did it happen? But I'm happy to be here to present to you today along with Frank about the salary supplement process, which is a component of the disability retirement process. Some people think it's a separate process, but it's part of the same process, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about it. A supplemental disability allowance, also known as a salary supplement, is a benefit provided by LACERA to active members who have been approved for either a service-connected or a non-service-connected disability retirement, but want to remain in county service in an alternate position that accommodates their disability. The salary supplement is essentially a reemployment plan for incapacitated members that want to continue working for the county. How it works. When an applicant or their department apply for a salary supplement, the county and/or DHR attempt to seek an appropriate vacant position either within the department or they perform a countywide search. The new position that the county finds must align with the applicant's disability, adhere to any permanent work restrictions, and the applicant must meet the minimum qualification for the proposed role. The applicant must voluntarily accept the position for the purpose of receiving the salary supplement. And if the board grants the salary supplement, LACERA will cover the difference between the applicant's previous position and the new position. However, LACERA is limited to paying no more than the maximum amount of the benefit the applicant would have received had they retired under a disability retirement. So the salary supplement essentially allows the member to continue working for the county in a new role, and it pays the difference or bridges the gap between the salaries and ideally helps to make the member whole with regard to their pay. The benefits of the salary supplement for both the county and for both the member and the county / LACERA. For the member, they're continuing employment and they're continuing to receive medical benefits, et cetera, as an active employee. It encourages transition to a new career path. It preserves their dignity and structure by allowing them to continue working without a loss in income. For the county / LACERA, the county retains skilled, trained employees, and it supports their commitment to its workforce. And for LACERA, especially, it reduces long-term disability cost while filling vacant positions for the county. What is disability retirement's role in supporting the transition? We provide education. Did it go? Hello? Oh, I thought the mic went off. Provides education to the members to ensure that they are able to make informed decisions regarding available options. We provide, along with member services, holistic counseling so that the member is fully aware of any financial impact the salary supplement may have on them, should they decide to accept it. Once the county identifies the new position, we validate the new job and obtain the job description from the department or the county. And then disability staff ensures that the LACERA panel physician reviews the new job description and that our doctors comment on whether or not the employee can perform the duties of this new position. Ideally, the doctor would say, no, this person can no longer do their original position, but they can do the duties of did I say that wrong? Ideally, our doctor would say that the person cannot perform the duties of their old position, but they can perform the duties of their new position. And then in that case, we present the case to the board, and the board will ultimately decide on whether or not the person receives the disability retirement salary supplement. The member's experience. Many members are confused and have received misinformation from many sources, which cause apprehension about the salary supplement process. Some of them feel undervalued after years of service. Some have received, higher levels of education, master's degrees, et cetera, and then they feel that they're being discarded by their department and then being reduced to, as Tamara mentioned, an intermediate typist clerk when they have maybe a master's degree. Some members have been accommodated in a position for many years, and then the department abruptly says, we can no longer accommodate you. And that causes these members to feel like unappreciated. There's also an emotional impact with these salary supplements. Some of the members feel shame because they're being demoted. They feel embarrassment, loss of identity, and they're kind of worried about future stability. We, in disability and in member services, we try to, encourage the members, and in disability especially, we will remind them that their disability is not their fault and that this salary supplement benefit exists so that they can continue working should they decide to do so. Some common member concerns. So some members fear losing credentials, i.e. probation. As Tamara mentioned, that's one of our big filers, or they're filing the majority of these salary supplements. The probation staff have informed us that if they retire in a position that is not their deputy probation position, if they demote to an intermediate clerk, they will lose their badge. Many value the badge for its symbolic importance, and that emotional factor causes them to not want to seek the salary supplement benefit. Some members also have expressed that they have student loans, and being placed in an entry-level job, they can't overcome the thought of paying for student loans and being placed in an entry-level job. So we try to educate them and just reassure them that this is not their fault, but if they're interested, it is a benefit that is available. Some other member concerns is they desire respect, dignity, and meaningful work. Many safety members struggle with demoting from a sworn position to a civilian position. And we have not quite come up with a way to, convince them that it's not a bad deal. We're working on it. Some challenges we face with assisting members in obtaining salary supplement. There's limited job availability. The salary supplement is not automatic and it's no guarantee that the department or county will have an available vacant position. And there's no guarantee that the doctor will approve the person to work in the new position or that the board will grant the salary supplement. In some cases, there are no permanent alternative assignments available that meet the criteria. If no suitable position is found, the member may not qualify for the salary supplement and may need to consider other options, including retirement. It is important for us in DRS that we temper the members' expectations. So we try to prepare them at the onset that they may or may not receive the salary supplement and that they should proactively explore other options, such as in some cases, they may have to medically retire if there's no position available. LACERA provides continued support and education during this process. Placement in a new position ultimately falls on the county. The next 3 slides are hypothetical cases that we've handled over the years and just wanted to give you some member profiles. The first one is a firefighter. This slide depicts a 32-year-old firefighter with 10 years of service. He contemplated taking the disability retirement, but after joint counseling with myself and member services, where he received a holistic overview of what his retirement would look like, meaning how much his retirement allowance would be, what his medical benefits, how much he would be responsible for paying for medical benefit, he decided in that case that it was better that he continue working in a salary supplement position because the out-of-pocket was going to be great for he and his family. DRS coordinated with the fire department and this member was able to secure a non-safety role. This next position, this next profile is a deputy probation officer, which I alluded to earlier about their badges. Probation has a mandate that requires all staff to deploy to juvenile hall. Some deputy probation officers have been working in area offices and accommodated for many years. I had a member recently that was being accommodated for 21 years in an area office and never had to deploy to juvenile hall. But with their recent mandates, most of them have a work restriction that precludes them from working in juvenile hall. So with that, probation is sending these members home on a home accommodation. The department is kind of in flux, so it's a lot of members, it's trying to kind of break through and explain to them the benefits of the salary supplement, but it's very, very difficult because of what they're going through with their department. So I had a case, a probation officer recently who, some of them are just finding their own jobs within the county. And then we are coordinating with DHR for the smooth transition to the other position, even though it may not be a demoted position, because many of these DPOs have master's degrees, high advanced degrees, and they don't want to go into an intermediate typist clerk role. So we're working with DHR to try to facilitate smooth transition for these members to in lateral positions or promotions, whatever we can do to assist these members, but we're really working hard to do so. And I mentioned that today for awareness for the board of what's to come. The last profile was a 27-year-old deputy sheriff with less than 4 years of service. This deputy was shot in the line of duty and sustained multiple injuries, preventing him from returning to law enforcement in any capacity. This member refused the salary supplement, stating that he did not want to be a civilian employee. He also felt that he wasn't being treated fairly through the process by the department, by workers' comp, et cetera, and he just was kind of done with the county. We tried, I tried to explain to him all of his options, but ultimately the decision was his. He decided to leave the county because he could not overcome the stigma of demoting to a non-safety role in continuing with the department as a civilian. And last but not least, this is my last slide. So for many members, this is more than a reemployment plan. It's a lifeline. And that means for them to continue to, it's a means for them to continue to provide for them, for their families and maintain their dignity. To Les's point earlier about education, we continue to promote the benefit through department trainings, counseling sessions with our members, and in the draft phase, we're in the draft phase of creating a standalone pamphlet that fully explains the salary supplement process in great detail. With continued collaboration with the county and support from the board, we can continue to make a difference in the lives of our members. Thank you very much, and I will now pass it on to Frank, who's promised to be brief because I know we all want to get out of here.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple.
Oh.
Ms. Coulter, I have a couple questions. So you guys reclass, right? I mean, obviously it's availability, but you know, for that reclassification, you guys are handling it. You guys try and find the closest salary comparable to what was existing. Or it's just any reclassification. And if they're making 10 grand a month, but you try and find them that job that gets 9,500 a month.
We don't actually do this, the reclassification, the departments do that. So we work with them to let them know that the member is interested, but ultimately they have to find the new position and demote the person. Ideally, we want them to wait until you guys have made an action on the case before they officially demote. But in some instances, members temporarily will go to a new position if they need to work during the interim while we're processing their case. And ideally, the department will leave them on their item while we're processing. Right. And then once it's done, the departments will demote them to the new position. But we're not involved at all in locating the actual position.
Gotcha. And is it always a demotion?
It usually is, unless it's either a lateral or a demotion if the county does it, right?
Yeah. So, you know, at LACERA, we call this the salary supplement. It's basically a reemployment plan under the statutes. It doesn't necessarily, the alternate position doesn't necessarily need to be a lower paying job. We think we had one case where this maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, where the new job was actually paying more than the original job, but it was less arduous. So we wouldn't, once the person transitions to that new job, LACERA wouldn't pay any allowances. However, there are other benefits that I'll talk about when I go through the statute.
Thank you. And then you talked about the firefighter and especially funded districts, but you answered my question. It's handled by the department, right? So that they're so the funding source. So the last question I have on it is, and thank you for the presentation, by the way, but how does it fall for a representative employee in a bargaining unit that enters into contract negotiations? Does we're talking about reclassification, so out of bargaining unit 601, for example, now they're in 721. I mean, completely in a different, kind of coalition union versus SIU, and then with contracted negotiation differentials and whatnot, that not injured they would be subject to, but they've been reclassified now out of that. Do they get to absorb that?
I can respond to that, and that's going to be my last slide. But I'll handle it right now. If it's a yeah, it's all right. It's all right. If it's a service-connected salary supplement, and the member's a safety member, they retain their safety membership status, even though they're working in the lower position. So they would have continue to receive all those benefits from negotiations that you spoke of. That's only if it's service connected.
Frank, before you begin, I'd like to share one other thing to your initial question with regard to if I review a case before we go to the board, and I see a situation where the position that the county is demoting the person to, if it looks like the gap isn't covered, in some situations, I'm able to reach out to the department and let them know that the gap can't be covered. We don't see a lot of those cases. I try to do a lot of pre-work, and I ask the departments to let us know what position are you contemplating putting the person into, and then I will work with our benefits division to take that job, vet out what the actual salary sup will be, so then I can communicate to the department to let them know, perhaps you can look for a different job to make sure that we're going to cover the gap. If they can't find a job and there's a situation where the gap can't be covered, then we do let the member know, that they might see a slight reduction in their salary. But we don't see a lot of those.
You say gap not covered, like what I mean, is there an example? Why would the gap be covered?
If you are at your original job was high paying and then they put you in a position that's lower, we can only pay up to the maximum benefit of what you would have received under the disability retirement.
Gotcha.
So in some situations, if there's a job that you agree to, there might be a situation where you might find a gap. We also see gaps not covered.
50%, right? That means
Yeah. We also see gaps sometimes when a member has been granted a non-service, because at that point it's the up to 33.33%. So in most cases, the departments are very cognizant of that, and they do try to find jobs where that doesn't happen. But we have had a handful of cases where the gap hasn't been able to be covered, and most members are okay with that.
Okay, thanks so much. Thank you.
I have a question. Is there a limit to the amount of salary that they can have while they're in this new position? How does that work? Is it for?
I'm going to take that one. Sure. So if I understand your question correctly, are you saying that the alternate position, is there a limit on the amount of salary they can get?
Well, I'm thinking about going forward. Will you
Right.
ever have a pay increase?
Right. The member, so if the member, we call this the primary position and the alternate position. So if the alternate position continues to rise, there's a calculation, I believe it's done monthly between the two, so that as the water rises for both positions, the calculations are made each month manually, I believe, to determine that the member is getting the same amount that they would have received had they been in that first job, with the exception of the ceiling at 50%.
That's correct. Every month
exceeding, right?
Yes.
Yes. But at the new job.
The new job, if the new
blows
job
right out of the water, they get the benefit.
if the new job pays more, then they don't get a supplemental allowance from LACERA, but there's other benefits that will. So let me get into because a lot of these questions I'm going to cover in my slides. My name is Frank Boyd. I'm a senior staff counsel at LACERA. Most of you know me here. It's my job to advise the board, along with Allison, and Disability Retirement Services on legal issues that involve disability retirement. I've been at LACERA since 2001. Prior to that, I was in private practice representing individuals with long-term disability claims through ERISA, and I also represented individuals for Social Security disability. So my entire legal career has involved disability retirement. I've had the good fortune to be the legal advisor since 2014. I really enjoy my job. I love the people I work with, and it's a pleasure serving the board. So with that introduction, we move on. We're going to talk about the two statutes that cover the salary supplement. I'm going to go over some of the similarities, and there's some differences too that we really don't discuss in the boardroom, and I think it's pretty interesting, and I thought the board would like to know. Okay, so we have a service-connected salary supplement, which is covered in our Government Code Section 31725.65, and we have non-service-connected salary supplement that's covered by 31725.5. This whole idea of a salary supplement has been around since approximately 1965. That was the first rendition of the statute. It's changed over the years. The last change we had was in 2004, where there were some changes in the statute. The statute that existed before applies to anyone found incapacitated before January 1st, 2004. It's been a long time, so we don't even look at that statute anymore. I didn't put this in the slide, and I probably should have, but it's important to understand that before we can even get to this point, the member has to show that they are permanently incapacitated under 31720. And if the member demonstrates that there's a material connection between their incapacity and their job, then they would fall under the 31725.65, the service-connected salary supplement. Otherwise, you'd be under the non-service-connected salary supplement. So with the two statutes, there are a number of similarities. So in order to be eligible for this, the member must be in county employment, regardless if it's service-connected or non-service-connected. The board must determine that the member is permanently incapacitated from their primary position, but medically capable of performing duties in another position. It actually says other duties in the statute. The alternate position's got to be consistent with the physical limitations that's usually determined by the medical evidence, and it must be identified by the County of Los Angeles. The member must agree to accept this position. All through this process, the member can decide, you know what, I don't want a salary supplement. I just want my SCD or my NSCD. So it's completely voluntary on the member's part. And the county is required to notify the board that they've identified the job that the member can work in that meets its physical requirements. These are all the similarities. Now, there's a number of differences between an NSCD and an SCD salary supplement, and most of them apply to what I call a gap period. So it's important to understand that 31725.5 and the 0.65 don't require that the alternate position be identified at the time the board makes a decision. At LACERA, we make our member get all their ducks in the row so that they can have a continuous stream of income. There's no big gap. But if we do have, I think, Tamara, 2 cases where at the time the board made the decision, we were unable to identify an alternate position. One of the members was out on long-term leave, I think it was due to a pregnancy. And the department wanted to fill that position. We wanted to make sure that the member continued to receive a benefit. So the board made a decision that she was incapacitated from her usual duties and capable of doing other duties. So, and she was entitled to, and I can't remember if it was an SCD or NSC, it doesn't really matter. But if the job has not been identified and the board says that she's incapacitated, then the member can receive their full disability allowance during that period of time, up until the time they start working in that alternate position. And it's the statute changes the name of the benefit, because if during this gap period, the member's receiving a disability allowance, once they're employed in the new position, it's called a supplemental allowance. And there's nuances between SCD and NSCD in these situations. As I said, most of our cases, 99% of our cases, when the case comes to the board, the member's already identified and accepted a position in the county. The board grants it, and the member goes on and does the job. So I think I've already covered this. Once the member starts working the supplemental job, they're receiving a supplemental allowance. And this is what we was told before is the difference between the pay from the primary job and the pay from the new job. And LACERA will pay the supplemental allowance that will attempt to bring the member back up to the level of pay that they were receiving before they had the incapacity. So one of the main differences between an NSCD and an SCD is that the cap for an SCD is at 50% of their salary. The NSCD is up to 33.33%, and that changes based on the member's age. But basically, we will pay up to those ceilings. And once it gets to that ceiling, we cannot pay any more money to the member. The contribution rate. This is there are some differences between an SCD salary supplement and an NSCD supplement. So if a member is awarded an SCD salary supplement, their contribution rate is the same contribution rate that they had at the time they entered county employment. Not so for an NSCD. For an NSCD, the contribution rate is based on the member's age at the onset of the date of the disability. So as you can see there, there's a little bit more of a benefit in the SCD. The NSCD member, will be paying a little bit higher contributions because it's not based on the original hiring date. And these are the contributions that are from the new job. The contributions. So if someone was in that gap period and they were unable to identify an alternate position and they received an SCD disability allowance, their full disability allowance for a period of time until they found that job, it doesn't affect the member's contributions. The contributions remain, plus the member receives interest in the account during the period of time that they receive that benefit. For an NSCD, it's not the case. So if a member receives non-service connected salary supplement and is paid their full non-service connected allowance during that gap period, those NSCD payments reduce the contributions. And this is my last slide. We've already kind of talked about this, but the bonus of an SCD salary supplement is that if a member is a safety member, they retain their safety membership, even though they're working in a civilian position. Not so for an NSCD. They lose their safety membership if it's an NSCD salary supplement. And I think between the two of us, we've covered most of the statute, what we work with, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
I have a few questions. Is the county under this system obligated to, let me rephrase that. What, if any, obligations does the employer have to look for another position or the standards that they must follow when looking for another position?
They're required to make a good faith effort search. How it normally works is they first look within the department, and then they can do a countywide search. Sometimes the limitations in the person's qualifications is a situation where they can't.
Right.
So it's they're supposed to make a good faith effort, and we've worked really closely with the county. Matter of fact, we've had over the last 2 or 3 years, we've had a lot of meetings with their. It was called Return to Work, but they changed it. I forget.
Disability management.
Disability management. So they have a whole new process, and we were actively involved in that. And we've had good success. I think Tamara will agree with the county cooperating in these cases.
Well, and I'm glad to hear that, but it sounds, what threw me off was people at high levels getting plunked into an intermediate clerk typist position routinely. I mean, there've got to be other vacancies between a position up here and an intermediate clerk typist. So what are they required, or is there some kind of standard obligation, whatever that forces them to offer a position that is actually more appropriate than?
Not in the statute. There was nothing written in the statute that would most likely come into what their policy is in this. But there's nothing in the law that requires them to seek out the highest paying job. I mean, I can only go with what the two statutes tell us.
Okay. And then you had slide 21 up there. And I didn't write down my question, but if we get back to the slide, hopefully I'll remember what it was.
Oops. There is no 21.
Well, all right, then it must have been there. Yeah, no wonder I couldn't
That's how you avoid the question.
yeah.
Is it 20 or 22?
Oh, the contribution rate. Yeah, it was 22, I guess.
Okay.
The question I had was with respect to that. When you talk about their contribution rate, do you mean percentage or total dollars?
Well, it's the formula that's based on their age at entry.
So it's a percentage?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, final question, when somebody goes through this process and they have worked for many years with this supplemental salary allowance in place, what is their final salary for purposes of retirement when it comes time for them to actually retire?
I believe the statute talks about, hold on, I have a second here. It says that for an SCD salary supplement, it says the supplemental allowances shall be considered part of the member's compensation.
Okay.
So that's what the statute says.
Yeah, so we'll recalculate the final average compensation number based on the result and the service credit too, right? The service credit gets added. Because they
Sure.
continue to pay.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
continuing to work. I would assume the
Right.
service credit would be a
Absolutely.
given.
Absolutely.
But my question was whether the supplemental was also part of the formula that, that was used. Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome. If I could just add on that, I know part of the complication, when I did this, when I did return work for the sheriff's department, we look at these things, part of our difficulty was, in the sheriff's department, all you need to become a deputy sheriff is a high school diploma or a GED. And so when you start looking around for other jobs they could do in the county, an awful lot of other jobs, particularly the higher levels, require a college degree. So we'd have somebody that they just didn't, you got to qualify for the job we're going to put them in. They just didn't qualify because they didn't have the requisite education. So that was a big problem in the sheriff's department.
One last thing I'd like to share as well is they're not stuck in that position. So, they may get this intermediate clerk position, but it puts them in a new career track. So they could certainly promote, and we of course would adjust that salary set, but they have the ability to promote and continue to advance their career.
Chair, for me, so I want to be clear, there's a point of information. So take an example of, well, first off, this whole thing triggers when they don't meet eligibility requirements either by age or years of service, 50 years, 50 plus years old or 10 years or more, right? For, as an example, if they don't meet that.
For disability retirement, for service connected, you don't need that. For NSCD, you need at least 5 years.
So just strictly look at it like a service-connected disability. So say an employee only has 10 years, or they have 15 years of service, but they're 42 years old, right? So they're not eligible for retirement. So they'd only get a 50% medical, they'd be medically retired. So that would trigger this where they could work to that year 50.
Absolutely.
That's the whole purpose of it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Also, you're looking at a CD again. I understand the distinction between NCSD, specifically the safety members. So just so I'm clear, let's say it's a safety B plan they're on, right? They pre-PEPRA and they don't meet the eligibility, so it triggers this. So they would, what you're saying is still saying that safety would still be in safety B. So
yes.
Now then I want to apply that to a non-safety position. Say SCD, the same thing. They started off in an earlier plan,
Say Plan D, maybe.
Pre-PEPRA. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
And so now the new position, the new classification is I don't know if there would be an example.
So if they would retain their original retirement plan.
So there's no
they wouldn't be put into PEPRA.
Yeah, so that's really good that there's no harm to the employee for
Right.
being-
It's a win-win situation. The county benefits from having someone that has the knowledge of getting that for the department. And especially for our younger members who have unfortunate accidents, it allows them to continue to work for the county and build their pension. And they get to decide anytime they want, hey, I want to retire. And the beauty is when they eventually retire sometime in the future, they're retiring with an SCD. So they're getting 50% tax-free when they retire. So it's a really good program for our members.
But by the government code, they still have to reach that threshold to be eligible for retirement.
No, because they've been granted a service-connected disability supplemental allowance, which they keep that disability status as well. So let's just say that someone was younger than 50 and had less than 10 years, and they said, you know what, I'm done. They could retire and with their 50% SCD and go on with their lives.
And the tax, their whole salary would be intact, just the 50% SC.
The 50, what another pension? So the first 50%, if for some reason they had more than 50% with their years of service pension, the first 50% would be tax free.
Yeah, if they math out for their FCC, comes in at 71%.
Don't ask a lawyer to do math. Because,
I do the engineer math, firefighter. So but just hypothetically, they math out, their FCCs that comes in at 71. 50% of that is going to be tax free. The other is going to be taxable and whatnot. And the last question I got is, you said now the obligation, once this deal is struck, you said they're not bound to that position, so they can keep going. And so they will go look at mycountyjobs.com or whatever, or .gov, and they say, oh, that looks cool. I want to.
As long as that new position doesn't violate any kind of work restrictions or they're not performing the same or similar duties for which they were found disabled.
The employee has to do that. He has to go to the department and say, I want this new job here.
You'd have to apply for it just like any other county employee at that point. And because they're putting them in a different career track, I mean, usually those career tracks that they're putting them into are less arduous. So, if you're going from this deputy sheriff position into this intermediate clerk type position, which is kind of the clerical administrative series, then by virtue of it being in that series, most likely it's not going to violate the work restrictions that you have.
But it's an active competition though. They have to compete and interview. Okay, got it. Thanks so much, you guys. It's really cool.
Just one clarification, so if I may. The salary supplemental disability benefit is open to anybody, not just people that don't meet the minimum requirements for retirement, right? So I think I heard somewhere along the lines, well, if they don't have the age, then it would trigger this. Anybody could ask for this if they wanted to continue working, because some people, just don't want to stop. Right, I could, like me, I could never imagine, even if I was disabled, stopping. As long as I could continue to work, I'm the type of person that would have to work. Otherwise, I'd probably go crazy. So, something like this is very, appealing. But it's not just if you don't make the minimums. Anybody could apply for it and ask for it.
The way that I explain it to members, because I counsel many members about this benefit, because I counsel them on all employer filed applications, I tell them that they're receiving a disability retirement, but they're putting it on hold because they're choosing to continue to work. So with that said, they can work as long or as little as they want. If they get in a position and they like the position and they want to work another 25 years, so be it. If they get in a position and they don't like it and they want to work 5 days and they want to call LACERA and say, I'm ready to retire, so be it. So it doesn't really, it's not, their age is not a factor because they've already received the disability retirement for their original position.
Yeah, but if I could just add, the whole idea of the supplement is it really benefits those younger employees. Yeah. You're right. Age doesn't matter. Some 50-year-old, 55-year-old, 60 put in for it, but most people of that age would say, I think I'm going to go. There's a 30-year-old, and Wes and I have seen this. They'd go, oh yeah, I'm out of here. We'd say, well, hang on a minute. What are you going to do? Oh, well, I'm sure I can get a job, make a whole lot of money. We go, well, think about that for a minute. Because we've seen people leave, get retired, and then 2 years later they're going, wow, that was a big mistake, man. I lost my pension. I didn't lose my pension, but I had a lot of things going on, and now they're gone. Whereas if they just stayed and used the salary supplement and could continue with their career. And the tough part, I think, for sworn, I know it's tough, is that badge thing. It makes them nuts. And we got to convince people that badges are so important. It's your ability to make a living. And there's a lot of really great jobs in accounting that don't require you to be sworn. And you can, end up in some really good positions that, you can be making great decisions and really, driving the car if you want.
and not be sworn, but it's convincing them of that fact, because it's just, when you've been driving a fire truck or driving a police car, your whole psyche's wrapped up in that stuff. But again, these things they're really designed for the younger person, but anybody can use it if they really want to.
Yeah, the huge thing is building that service credit for that final compensation, coming in, yeah.
And the medical.
And medical, yeah, like 50% is, some positions, it's not, especially like you said, a new person, entry-level firefighter, 10 years on the job, half that salary is not gonna cut it in this market, so. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and reclassify as a dozer operator. I wanna do that.
That's class 4 arguments too, but. I think we're done. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Through the chair, Chair Robbins, are we going to adjourn? Go to the. Hey, safe travels, everyone.